Good morning.
We put it on the only speaker of the. No, I want to wait. It's the only speaker that doesn't work. So.
No. Oh, sorry.
No, as I give. No, no. You meant something. It doesn't. One second, please.
Okay, if I try like this, what's that? That's not the one.
Speak into the mic. Yeah, speak into the. Not that one.
Good morning, good morning. Hello, Julian.
Yeah.
Hello.
One, two, one, two. What the hell?
Why do we get the PPC? Because I switched the mic to the HDMI, so it's the
Yeah. Ah, this makes the sound. But you can pick the other mic. Are you sure? It's like
Okay, do we have?
yeah. That's right.
I try with this one. One, two, one, two, one, two.
What if you pick the other mic?
If I speak it, if I speak it this one, I don't get it.
Then we continue to the screen. We don't need Zoom out. Then we can use the HDMI microphone.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, guys, please. Okay, please start taking your seats.
Yeah, as long as it works.
I'm coming.
Switch down, baby.
Yeah, let's just go back. Come on.
Well, we can do it. Yeah, but stay.
Because then they're oh, give them because the price is yeah.
Okay, everyone, please take your seat. Stop talking.
Yeah. Anyway, we do the money announcement. I don't really have.
Can we?
What? Ah, yeah, maybe. We don't have it here. Do we have it?
Okay, good morning, everyone. How are you?
I am feeling like this, by the way. So.
Okay, morning announcement. We will announce the winner of the competition, I mean the social program before lunch. Otherwise, we are a bit late, but we will just have a little less time. Actually, if I'm fast enough, we're not gonna be that late. But yeah, also please at 9:55, meaning in 45 minutes, everyone who has a voting device or needs to vote, please be in this room, because otherwise you cannot vote for the whole day. Yeah, and that's it for me. I will just quickly remind the rules of the game. We're still using Slido. Otherwise, it still works. 1 hand for question, 2 fingers for reaction, 1 finger for first. Like yesterday, you can express your appreciation like this. Silence is hands up or by shh. Both works seemingly. Name and section always, please. Doesn't change. And yeah. The voting rules. Basically, how it will work, there will be a simple majority. For these, I mean, the one you can see here, because the only moment it changes is for the secret votes. So for the AC candidate, there's a less too much, I think, my bad. And the main chair for NA1. For this, I will need the scrutinizers and the representative of each, the voting delegate, I guess you can call it. Come forward, I will give you a paper, you will have to fill it out. And then you give it back to the scrutinizers. Okay. Does anyone have any question about the voting for now? You cannot yet, okay. I will, this one is a bit better, I think. Okay, then meet your colleagues. Arno has a small announcement for that. Otherwise, well, yeah, Arno will explain.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Just I will introduce quickly the Meet Your Colleagues and also make remarks because it's a very weird time of transition right now, so you might not know in which community you are. So the Meet Your Colleagues is basically a small time where you meet people that have the same position as you on different actions. So there will be different groups led by people on the national level. There will be the president's community with Yas. There will be the vice president and HR with me. Event manager with Esther. Communication with Fury. I haven't seen you, but so Cecilia. The LR with Axel. I'm forgetting the treasurers with oh my god, the treasurers in partnership with Elena and Oliver. And am I missing someone?
Yeah.
Which community?
Did you say other?
Active members.
And active members, you can join. I think the event management, the event manager is maybe the most the best for you. Also for the international guests. Yes.
And I think also if anyone's interested in education, to know more about education topics, they can also go with David. I think we're gonna maybe do a small part of that during the president's community session.
So if you're interested with the education, you come to that regardless of the position. And also I wanted to say about the transition, because I know that some of you already had the election and maybe in two communities at the same time. So I think it's better if you go with the community of next year. But if you want to go with the last year, it's still fine. And also, if there's like, you see that in your section, you would have two people in one community and 0 person in the other community, maybe you can kind of look with each other to get the most inputs. And I think that's it. Is there any questions? No.
Because you're supposed.
Okay.
Please to the national level, go each to a corner or a room so people know where to go for you. So yeah, follow the
Residents, we go to the other room.
Oh yeah, please come back at 9:45. 9:55, sorry.
Fine, huh? Supply side.
All right. Raise your dollar.
Not yet. Not yet partnership.
Faut qu'on vote. Il y a toujours trois votés pour tout l'actionnaire général, donc personne par famille. Et est-ce qu'on peut le faire?
We are receiving here. Okay. Events and activities and losses.
Which one is it?
Sophia, no.
I would do that if I were you.
One vote just goes to
One day.
Yes.
Can I?
You know what I mean? Also say discuss with the electric concerns you.
I mean, I would say, well, I it's like
Yeah, that's a fair.
no, yeah, well, I mean, it's because maybe that's, they don't really hear.
Yeah, but.
But-
So, you know, you confident, should work exactly with the action. I can help for it. Yeah, that's why. I mean, I don't know, we will propose it. So the first thing I think is I can't go to like coordinate with one point.
So when. Yeah,
You know where it
Public voice brand or something.
So I think it should only.
I mean, I'm sure the will.
They didn't check the boarding guide. That was a bit of a mess. The last technique too.
If someone will take
Julian. Question.
That someone will be get more like. Online, just for example, let's hear you're on the beach and they you don't need too much. So I think like.
Yeah, I think that
Of course.
partnership. I went to, I'm in DNA, I went to.
You are.
The national level and the national level.
Are you?
Quickly, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. And like it was quite hard. We were always like, yeah, but this is only just, so we don't. I was also like in the question, no, guys. Actually, part of that, we should even be. Yeah, also like just at the spot like in work, for instance, like restaurant, even though it's like one, yeah, they were like, no, we don't need like we are like also we don't have one person, so stuff, also like really impressed.
I mean, the same.
They are. Yeah, that's oh, we're already cheap.
You go back.
For a burger, so yeah.
No, but yeah,
Do you know how they cook during like
Reminded me our
I think the main thing, like parties.
That's too much. Maybe there is a big thing, yeah, last touristic day. Here.
Yeah,
You cannot expect it to be stop again. It's one day, Mexico.
I don't know, because I don't have. So we can also go for the ones that are more obvious.
The best part.
Usually the Dutchess, for example. Way, it's a bit of a restaurant and bars. Maybe they would realize. People would also go there because it looks like it's just a base bar, but you can get a cheap beer as well. Nice to go. That's very nice. Huge volume.
It's like online.
Can we do this and then you show that.
I didn't want to.
Like telling them what we think, it's not even telling like. And she's not really accepting that. Then they get, you know, like, but if you have. Yeah, maybe can I keep them?
That's great. SNS. Then, so, And if I don't like what's for the national launching, then I guess, but we look at the process. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is again 5%, then we are in a situation between different countries, right? Or it was 10 initially, and then it was like 5.
Yeah, but I checked.
But in this case, yeah, it's a lot of the question. Yes, yeah, so you can show
Just maybe mention the context for the, say that this was something that we.
Yeah. I mean, well, I was.
I mean, I will ask you. Wow.
There was a lot.
What's this one?
But I think like you said, yeah, you can go, they go the more.
Like what the rich usually like.
Wants to like the whole CEO and the operation part is Switzerland, that's like the big concession for fragrance and change. Yeah, there's another side on the other.
Like I go.
Like contribution, like influence contribute to it, I guess it's big revelation yeah.
Give you about that.
I don't know, but well, but I know, but maybe they have this, yeah, yeah. No, it's the same, it's the same, but he's going down, that would be nice to like right here, so he was there. It's also was not talking about the snacks and so on. It's actually much older. Order altogether. Well, with like for story down there, like we have to stop or so. And then it's like maybe that would be nice to have like maybe nice. Yeah. Okay, maybe I don't know. What we I don't think all the operation.
Usually like.
He knows a lot about this.
Once a year.
And to see us.
But I think it's a good maybe version like no how that one.
They are.
Then you can add the number of points. Yeah, of course, way, I mean, all that.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But no.
Eventually, we don't love you. If there's something interesting. If you're here at home, yeah. That's not too hard for you about that, and there's checking the account. I love them. It's basically the big passion that it's basically very.
There are a lot of stickers, but don't leave it to I mean, I'm trying to go to my. Another education. Oh, come on. The old, the dinosaurs. Come on.
You are very quick start. You are very cute dinosaur. The ones that are leaf.
But it's, yeah, it's really important. And then we have. It's not part of the
There are several phases to leaving. Is leaving when you don't have a position anymore on face? Is leaving not showing your face and yes, it has to be, or is leaving not replying to people who write to you, but yes, and the reason is leaving isn't leaving from an normal level. After 10 years in that questions. Yes. We suppose we can. But I believe it's.
And he was.
Yeah, but he was.
I don't know. I feel like when you want to. Really? No, I wanted to share. Well, that's weird. He asked me, like, okay, photographer 5 years ago. Like,
But he had a match as well. He wasn't walking too much around, I think. If you for yourself, I don't think you go around. You still.
You're not like the psychology like.
Depends, according to good and yes, no.
So it was not Australian. Yeah.
After like what?
In all the grants, and she was those are school.
I think
It's
it's like, or like, I professor, I don't think he's telling me, one of my professors, he was in ESN. And he met his wife and.
I do like this. And actually,
Before you were born.
Of course, I think it's like, or like a fund of my. Pharmaceutical.
So I did. Otherwise, I don't change. Which is already, I think, more favorable, I guess, but you more.
Kind of have to give up to have, the other side that also.
I mean.
Class. Then we need, but.
I don't want to.
And already the.
Like, they.
But there's the exchange of what is a mobility. We want that.
Yeah, unless. I know we come down in defense, it's not yeah. It's more of. So I would understand maybe.
Yeah. The worst case, they're wrong.
I don't know actually, maybe I'm trying to feel the gap. I want to live in
Yes.
I don't have any kind of skills and.
When I was in at school, in gymnasium, like a function, then.
Anything else? I just. Yes, can I have a question? Okay. Yes, and like. I'm actually just curious about like.
Going. But just.
Why?
Slowly go.
That's I mean, I see it's about money, but also like it's so much like
It's a lot.
events and first of all, like most of the things are
Just because semester is a compensation.
So I guess a lot of.
But then I don't see why you
Yeah, the legal guidelines for it, so, because they are, they can.
For higher. Budget, so they always ask us.
Going now. Maybe one more couple of series. It's really good.
More than.
Not anymore.
Yeah. There is then we are part of already, I don't think they plan it, so we are. It is no one, but I mean, it's not. They, there's like this private. Yeah, you can make that, it's a lot, it's not a problem, it's then, but then. Yeah, I don't know how it's done, but they don't have the same thing that they do international level. No, I think, right, I have no idea. I think those yes, they do the commissions. There was one. Like, I'm really sure that the next one is. But then when you get to the lower levels, it's most of the
We are
yeah, I don't see why it's like smaller. I would love to hear. And for sure, we are the other ones.
kind of, I think.
Because hopefully fix that. The other police. Make the best use of they went wondering.
Yeah.
We never probably do. It would be the last one.
It's the only
kind of a function.
On the stage, we want to Europe, we want the line. Oh, it's UK.
Did you initiate this or was it?
We had to meet us. When basically when this meeting is a certain aspect of but basically we it was more like an inviting members the section which also sometimes we don't have members we had all the streets
I would not say residents better than you.
but also there we have to get measures.
They don't really care about that, they just don't care about the image and the right.
Yeah, normally it should be, I think normally it should be the big. Not the DFC.
I mean, the event in general, they're not that.
No, the event is big, yes. Yeah. Very good, the DFC is the biggest. Also the only and but how much we had
There was a time. There was a
our sheet was this year is great, yes. Everything is at the like.
Also parts of the.
But then.
Sometimes they switch. And the other.
Yeah, but all the three people. The last
Like show, like.
Yes,
So we like, the previous time, like if the application, like.
You know how long you're gonna handle like it's going to
I think yes, I mean, it's gonna look, I think pretty similar like in the.
Section.
We cannot. Be contained. Usually like a lot of. That's one of the main.
Yeah, we provide the.
Also, in my opinion, supermarket would like a physical one before, and eventually I want. Yeah, that's also something that I want to purchase. Exactly, so I don't, I think, yeah, we need to start. Because we know it's. On when we meet in May. We also invite you. Yeah, that's something, and there are also some. Legalization of money, that's, I mean, the things, yes. To be honest, I fully respect to get it today, and I think it's hello. No, this yes. Because now it's more, we will see how it ends. Yeah, yeah, so you, yes, and we got, we like change, so we can get, more money that we just want, so basically every event takes. Yeah, whatever we.
The program is.
But every year I'm writing a grant.
But then there's a section, I think, for short term.
Yeah.
Then you have to put a two shares.
No.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, it's all these.
I mean, you. It's a loan. The way he said
I mean, don't we go into I guess it would work like quite a. Okay.
Well, sorry, call all the section, just make sure that they have the voting device. Call all the section, just make sure they have a voting device and a person who is there to vote. Like in the last minute before we. Did anyone perhaps see Lugano's voting device?
Yeah, like in the back. I mean, I think I did.
But then it's organic, that means only one section as a position that is different from the VP. The station taking care of the.
Welcome back, everyone. I would like you all to take a seat and prepare your votes. And I will also like the scrutinizers to come to the front. Scrutinizers. Okay.
What's that? What's up?
Thank you. We will start with the crop check. Basic implementation of the crop check. If you don't vote for the crop check, you cannot vote for the whole day. So, do you notice the lack of beams in the ESN and beam channel? Please raise your voting device with yes.
Eleven yes.
11 yes. Please raise your voting device with no. Zero for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. Zero for abstain. Perfect. So start voting these people. The voting procedure, quick explanation as the majority means more yes than no. This will be for basically everything except vote council numbers. Vote council numbers are absolute majority, which means 50% plus one, meaning that abstains will count as no. So in that case, it will be 6 yes or it doesn't pass. Minimum. Okay. Also, it's voting time. There was a proposal made by one of the sections. There was a proposal made to change the voting process of the action plan 23.4, meaning that if you accept when the proposal is to vote it part by part, meaning governance, education and youth, network care, and so on and so on. This is I don't know. It's if you so I repeat, you will vote yes, no, abstain. Do you accept to vote plan 23, 24 part by part? It's very voting device yes. Seven yes. Please raise your voting device for no. Please voting voting no. Are you voting for no? Okay.
For no.
Please lower. Please lower your voting. For no. Abstain. Zero abstain. Okay, so we will vote part by part. Do you accept the governance part of the action plan 23-24? Please raise your voting device for yes. Please raise it high.
Then yes.
10 yes. Please raise your voting device for no.
0 no.
Please raise your voting device for abstain.
1 abstain.
The governance is accepted. Do you accept the education and youth part of the action plan 23-24? Please raise your voting device for yes.
Yes. 11?
Yeah.
11 yes. Raise your voting device for no. And the voting device for abstain. 0 no, 0 abstain. The education and youth part is accepted. Do you accept the network care and development part of the action plan 23-24? Please raise your voting device for yes.
Yes.
11 yes. Please lower your voting devices. No.
Zero.
Abstain.
Zero.
0 abstain, 0 no. The network care development part of the action plan is accepted. Do you accept the business and finance part of the action plan? Please raise your voting devices for yes. Please raise it high, high and mighty.
5 years.
5 years.
Please raise your voting device for no.
You know.
No. Please raise your voting device for abstain.
4 abstain. 6 against 5.
It's not a final thing. Okay. So in total
It's
11.
5 years and
It's
5 years to go.
you know, and 4 abstain.
So 5 years to go and for abstain. So the business and finance part of the action plan is accepted. We accept the international affairs of the action plan 23-24. Raise your voting device for yes.
Yes, 11.
11 years.
11 yes. Raise your voting device for no. 0 no. 4 abstain. 0 abstain.
I know.
Do you accept the communication part of the action plan 23-24? Raise your voting device for yes.
Yes.
11.
11 yes. Raise it for no. Raise your voting device for no. 0 no. Raise your voting device for abstain. 0. Do you accept the project and causes of action plan 23-24? Voting device for yes.
11 years.
11 yes. Raise your voting device for no. 0 no. Raise your voting device for no.
0 abstain.
Perfect. The project and causes part of the action plan is accepted. Okay. Amendment of the Switzerland policy paper. Do you accept the amendment of the Switzerland policy paper? Raise your voting device for yes.
Then yes.
And yes. Please raise your voting device for no.
0 no.
0 no. Raise your voting device for abstain.
1
Abstain.
abstain.
1 abstain. The amendment to the Switzerland policy paper is accepted. Human resource strategy. Do you accept the human resource strategy? Please raise the voting device for yes.
Eight yes.
8 yes. Please raise the voting device for no.
Here no.
0 no. Please raise the voting device for abstain.
3 abstain.
3 abstain. The human resource strategy is accepted. Do you accept the annual report 2022-2023? Please raise the voting device for yes.
Then yes.
Then yes.
And yes. Please raise the voting device for no. 0 no. Please raise your voting device for abstain.
1 abstain.
1 abstain. The annual report 2022-2023 is accepted. OC for NA1, after ESN plan. Do you accept the OC for NA1? Please raise the voting device for yes.
Seven.
Yes.
Wait a second.
Please raise the voting device for no.
0 no.
0 no. Please raise your voting device for abstain.
0 abstain.
0 abstain. Okay, now we will go for the secret votes. I will invite all the voting delegates to come forward.
We can like it.
The secret votes will be on the second. Yeah.
We have to give you.
Check it. I'm not, I'm, yeah, you decide.
That are not in the right.
Please, only follow the rules of the, only, X.
And last.
How big we going to?
We're upstate, for the. What are you actually? It's.
It only means if it was, absolute, because there were five, yes, but.
Okay, so it wasn't. Just like, look, there's a backside as well.
Please mind where.
No, I know.
Yes.
So we can use. So they don't have to wait on us.
There's.
No, but I just wanted to make sure.
Who still hasn't voted?
I'm tired of it. It's a hard voting. It's a very hard.
It's them, they're still debating. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're there, yes.
Staring.
Made it.
Yeah, tired. A bit of mango.
No, I now, but like, I knew I had it tweets, but I was thinking about something. Always clapped in the morning. Oh, that's my choice. I was like, oh, oh, the sequel. You when the receiver comes. I know that it's coming like that. Yeah.
Oliver, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Waiting on for you. Nice to take you. Yeah, we know. Okay.
Have a very good. What do you want to eat them? We can go quickly and come.
It's gonna be announced later anyways.
Yeah, we especially announced it later, let's during the sessions.
Here, it's safety, yes.
It's in the.
Anything else or back down.
Yeah.
Can I try and leave this?
Are you still? We still need to say. Or to scrutinize the room.
They are only needed
After the right now.
Okay, perfect. Everyone voted. That's amazing. Now we will have the international guest presentations. We are actually 10 minutes ahead of it. So this is nice. Yeah, this will be World Cafe. Meaning basically they will have spots and you can go to them. I don't know if you want to do rotation. So we do per family and okay. So we will just every international guest who are here can you stand up.
Three spots, Italy and Sturgeon.
Et on fait de famille. Ok. On change de salle ou pas?
It's too loud.
Yeah. Okay, we will have 3 spots, Italy, Georgia, Netherlands. I don't forget my country, but I think I'm good at that point. Bless you. I would like one country to go in the other room. Actually, since we have 3 rooms, we can do 1 country per room. So one stays here, one goes into the room where we had our memories yesterday, and one goes to the room for at the back next to the breakfast. And we will split it in families. I just need to open the development of the families. Actually,
Should I take back? Do I take back room?
I do have a
Yeah, we'll stay here. I'll take back room, and if you guys go to the room where it's right today, I'll take the back. Okay, I'll take the all the way in the back, next to the.
We are going to go to the, yeah.
I go somewhere. No.
Oh.
But it's gonna be again the guest.
Oh, the family is.
Better than 30 people rotating.
Okay, the Mario and Luigi and the Romans, I would ask you to go to the back room. The room in the back, sorry. The one next to the breakfast. So please go now. Yeah. Roman family and Mario and Luigi family, please raise and go to the room next to the breakfast.
So, yeah.
And, the Italian football, the Italian artists would go to the room where we had the plenaries yesterday. Italian football players and Italian artists to the room where we had the plenaries yesterday. And the Italian cars, the Italian fashion was saved. What? Oh, because what country is she?
How many minutes?
This is 40 minutes. Oh. 30.
I have no idea where.
3-0. But yeah, Julio. Does she want to do it?
You're like,
Because we have
that's for what? Me neither. I'm just gonna stay in Georgia. Stay. Well, I wish. Yeah, like to congratulate ourselves for being the national rapper first trip now. Yeah. The jet is, the ESN jet is waiting. Yeah. You know.
Julia, where did the Romans go?
Romans go. And 10 minutes for presentation. And then the family will it. But how was it? You have to leave after. Yeah. If I do it like this, it's okay.
Yeah. I am staying.
Since it's PDF, I can't.
You can still be the.
I did also tell my parents that.
You have 10 minutes. From now on.
Like after.
I tried. Okay. Can I start? Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna from ESN Georgia, and I would like to give you some information about.
If you want.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I don't. I would like to give you some information about our section, and I think that the best way to get to know our section is, first of all, get to know our country and some kind of overall information about it. And here we have Gamarjoba Lugano, and Gamarjoba is hello in Georgia. In Georgia, and I would like to present this hello. And here we have the national dishes, which we are really proud of. And this is chuchela, which is really, really good. And if you come to Georgia, you really have to taste it. And yeah, that's basically all about it. We have this map of the Georgia, and the cross is actually our symbol.
which is really important about it. Next slide. Oh. Yeah, so the people who are, for example, when I'm going to the international event or something, they're always saying that, oh, you're from United States, because the Georgia is also United States, and they're always mixing this up. But we have to know that Georgia is not a state; it is a country, but it is very small, and it is actually the place where the first Europeans were. And we have this kind of legend, and the name of the Tbilisi is basically warm. Tbilisi means warm in Georgia, and we have this natural water which comes from the earth, and it is naturally hot. So we decided to just name the city as a warm place. So yeah, that was it, all about it. And the next slide. And the wine, of course, we are really proud of our wine because, yeah, it was kind of birthplace of wine. And there's one specifically region of the Georgia, which is called Kakheti, and it is really, really good wine there. And we have different kinds of wine. We have the red wine. There's also the white wine, and it is really, really good. We have also different kinds of the sizes of the cups, and we are saying that once the cup is bigger, the more respect you have as a toast. For example, we are drinking the toast of the homeland and the mother and some kind of things with a bigger cup. And we have also this kind of cup, which is a thorn of the animal. I don't know, I don't ask me why. Yeah, it's artificial. Yeah, it's artificial. And yeah, we have very, very great things, I guess. And yeah, that's all about it.
No,
because
yes, that's great. Thank you. I can just step in. So whenever you're trying to have good time, you have wine, you have people to have fun with. What else do you need? Music, right?
yeah.
Of course, polyphonic songs is not something to dance with and just carry the night away. But Georgia is also really famous for its polyphonic folk songs, and actually aliens are listening to it since 1992, because as you know, there are golden reports that are sent to space for unknown reason, and one of the Georgian songs is actually one of them. Next slide, please. And of course, as we say, which basically means the Georgian language as well as its writing is really unique because it doesn't root in any other languages or any other writings. This is why we're basically the people who are asked to write other people's names in their own language. We haven't done that here, but we still have time, just so you know. So that's basically where we come from. About the section, ESN Georgia was based in 2013. But it took us a lot of time and energy to finally put our strength into working on visibility, which was kind of hard back in the early days. But now we are approximately 50 members of the organization, and we're working really hard in order to make others know what we do and how we do it, so that they know the opportunities ESN and Erasmus generally gives them. So I think it was pretty short, but that's all you need to know. I'm done for now. If you have any questions,
Yeah, we could
you're
answer
open.
any questions.
Yeah, we can practice writing your own names. I mean,
Yeah, I have a question. Do you have national events? Events in your country?
yeah, like cultural or
ESN.
oh ESN.
Yes, in national events. We had one. We had the National Assembly in the 2020.
When you
compare the, yeah, right.
Yeah, when it comes to organizational things, yeah, We do, but it's not like one specific thing that is only specific to Georgia. But we did sing last year in Georgia. It was really good. It was fun. It was tiring, but it was worth it. And plus, I think people enjoyed it, and they had opportunity of tasting Georgian wine. It was really good.
Yeah, and I would say that Georgian wine is the best of the drinks that I've ever tasted, so. It's never been heard.
I'm kind of careful with saying that when it comes to being near Italians.
Okay.
But I kind of think the same.
Is it red wine?
It's all types, like red, and we also call it black. I don't know if it makes any sense in English, like black wine, but it's basically the darkest juice in specific range.
You bring some.
If I was coming from Georgia. But maybe that's your sign to come to Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Georgia. Also, another fact, Georgia is really famous for its hospitality.
Yeah.
So this is why I might be talking about myself, but I know whenever I meet a person, we're kind of getting along, and next 15 minutes, I'm like, you should definitely visit Georgia, we can host you. It's a big group of people, but we'll make it.
Yeah, Georgia is also very known for the mountains, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's something that we have kind of.
Yeah, that's something we have in common. It's really interesting because it's really small country, and we're also very, very little in numbers, like approximately 3.0 million people. But basically you can surf in Black Sea, and hour and a half or maximum 3 hours later, just ski in Caucasus Mountains. That's something that makes Georgia one of the best locations for tourism, I think.
Thank you. Now, thank you so much.
We move all, it's not the guests, it's the families that move, you all move next to the breakfast.
Okay. Yeah, because of this. What do we do?
No.
Go to next to breakfast.
I wanted to make a quotation, the door closed, and I was like, oh. Because if you close it, then you can't open it.
So maybe we don't.
Yeah, everyone just, please don't close the doors, because otherwise we have to be open.
Oh.
Long time.
Yeah.
Because so we give it so you don't lose your time. So 10 minutes again.
You have to press it or keep it pressed or something like that. I don't know. Hello?
I don't know. Oh. Okay, hello.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna from ESN Georgia, and today I would like to introduce our country and our section a little bit. And I think that the best way to do it is get an overview and some kind of information about Georgia. And the title here is Kamarjoba Lugano, and the Kamarjoba is actually hello, Georgia. And we want to know at least one word in Georgian, which is, I think, really cool. And we have three main dishes there, which are very important for us, and we're very proud of that. And we have also the flag and the cross, and actually cross is our symbol of our religion and just in general. And the cross is also on our flag, so we decided to include that as well. And yeah, I think there's hingali, which is our main dish. And when you say to the Georgian, what is your favorite dish? You would say either hingali, or we have also the pork. And you would say that there's two options. And yeah, we can go to the next slide, I guess. And yeah, there's the country, not the state, because when I go to another country, they always say that, oh, you're from the United States, or you know English, right? Because they always think that it is a state, but we need to include the information that it is not the state, it is the country, which is very small, by the way, but yeah, we're trying to promote it as much as possible. And yeah, it's the home to the first Europeans, by the way, and actually Tbilisi means warm place, and the reason why we decided to have this name as a city is that we have this original pure water, which is coming from the earth and from the ground, and it is naturally hot. And yeah, we decided to just call it the warm place, I guess. And yeah, that's all. And we could move to the next slide. Yeah, and wine. We're really proud of our wine. And yeah, it's I could say that it's the birthplace of the wine. I'm really proud of it as a Georgian. And we have a different kind of region, which is called Akhatip. And it is the professionals were making wine. And yeah, there's basically, we have a red wine, we have the white wine, semi-sweet, sweets, and yeah, we're really proud of that. And actually, with the wine, I need to mention that we have different cup sizes for the toast, and the bigger the cup is, the more important your toast is, and more respect you have on the toast. For example, we have this special cup for the homeland, for the mother, or very important topics that we need to talk about. And yeah, now my friend will continue talking about more.
Thank you. So the last two groups, last Emily's got it right. So I'm going to ask you the same question. Whenever you're trying to have fun, you have wine, you have good food, and you have good company. What else is left to have the best time possible? Yeah, music. Yeah, the Georgian polyphonic songs are definitely something to dance to and to spend the greatest time, like we did last night. But it's still very famous for its simplicity, and actually aliens are listening to it from 1992, because there are this series of golden records that are sent to space, like Louis Armstrong's song. It's a Georgian song, and the specific one, Trakulo, is one of them. We cannot demonstrate it. Good for you, but like trust us. Okay, next slide, please. And this is what we talk about all the time, because Georgian handwriting, as well as the language itself, is unique, because the alphabet or the language which is spoken is not based on any other alphabet or Latin or something else. So it's independently like this, and that's why we are the people in the events where we ask to write other people's names in our own language, because the handwriting looks like this. We still have time for this, just so you know. Yes.
Maybe could you please read this? Like-
It says ქართული ენა უნიკალური და გამორჩეულია ისევე როგორც ქართული დამწერლობა.
That's Georgia.
Perfect.
Yeah, this means Georgian language is unique and special just as Georgian handwriting. Yes, and also fun fact, I don't know why, but in Europe and the rest of the world, our country is called Georgia. But actually, it's called Sakartvelo in Georgian. Yes, this is what we don't call it Georgia, we call it Sakartvelo. And Litva, I think, and Ukraine are two first countries who officially are calling us Sakartvelo from 2017, I think. But yeah, it's also Sakartvelo, yeah. And if we were called Sakartvelo more often, that would also solve the problem of misunderstanding when it comes to Georgia and USA, but nobody's complaining. Yeah, that's where we come from. ESN Georgia was based in 2013, but decided to become the most active possible on our, especially local level, I think from 2016 or 18-ish. Currently, we have approximately 50 members, including board. Yes, and we're trying our best to make society see what we do, and especially authorities and stakeholders when it comes to universities mostly, because yeah, coming from a country which is very small and not very Western European one, it's still hard to solve the problem of visibility, but we are working on that. I think yeah, last year we had SIP in Georgia, which was quite successful. So I hope it will be a good start for our international event. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now we have time left, so it's either us telling you random facts, or either you asking us questions. So about anything, everything.
Random facts.
What?
More random facts.
More facts. Okay. Georgia. Okay. Most of the people in Georgia, and especially women, well, that's sexist, but still, know how to cook. Yeah, and when it comes to Hingali, can you go back to the first slide, please? Yes. That thing that looks like dumpling is actually Hingali. So it's made with pork and different sort of meat, and also it's supposed to have juice in it, and also grease, so that whenever you take the first bite, you're never supposed to spill the juice. As one of my friends told me yesterday, it's a myth, but still, if you spill the juice, that means you're a bad kisser. I don't know.
Georgia, don't do that.
Yeah, but it's also tasty, so you're not supposed to spill it. I mean,
Yeah, and we have this tradition that we are eating specifically with hand, and we are not eating with a fork because we don't want to spill the juice. That is most precious thing about Hingali.
so that's the second reason why we never eat Hingali on the first day, and on any other day, to be honest. So, okay. Another thing is khajapuri. The thing that right about Hingali, we have two different types.
Yeah.
I know, right? So it's basically bread with cheese in it, but it's baked, so the cheese is stretchy and a little bit oily and tasty. Perfect. And the last thing we mentioned about the previous families is that Georgia is really famous for its hospitality. So we have this statement in Georgia, basically, which means that guest is at all times the gift of God. So that should be one of the best reasons why you should think about visiting us. Yes, Lynn.
If you want to visit Georgia, or I don't even bother saying it. What cities do you recommend?
Yes,
visiting?
okay, let's start from the beginning. The capital city is the most expensive one to fly in. And from Switzerland, we don't have direct flights, so it's basically from Switzerland to Italy or Germany and then to Georgia. So I was thinking it costs approximately 300 something to go to Tbilisi by plane. But if you go to another big city by plane in Kutaisi, it will cost you around 150 euros.
Budapest has cheap flights.
Yes, also with air, not it's
I always went once.
with air, yes. So it's the Hungarian version of Ryanair. And I think the best places to visit, first of all, is Tbilisi main city, because we have older version of Tbilisi, which is really colorful and really pretty. But you also have to go to mountains, because we have amazing Caucasus Mountains for surfing, no, for skiing and for snowboarding. And the best thing is that we also have Black Sea, which means that Georgia is really small, so it takes you approximately 2 hours to get from surfing to skiing to surfing and vice versa. So yeah, and plus wherever you go, they have something to feed you.
Nice.
The whole, if a grandma could be a country, it would be Georgia. It is. So I think that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Through yesterday's plenaries. You like them. But then I
already have Italy.
You're not interested in them again? Huh? You're not interested in them again?
You should.
Is everywhere? No. It's like just. They're big. No.
I think it's, hold on.
All right. Are we ready? All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna from ESN, Georgia, and I would like to give you some information about our section and some overview of our country, because I think that the best way to get to know our section is, first of all, have some basic information about our country and what does it mean. The page seems to have a title, Gamarjoba Lugano, which Gamarjoba is actually the hello in English, in Georgian. Yeah, we have decided to put the flag. This is our flag, and the cross, which is our symbol, basically, and we have the our cross on the flag as well. So it's very important for us. And here you see three main dishes of Georgia, which we're very proud. And first is chuchela, that is pronounced like that. And it's inside there's nuts, and outside there's the grape juice, which is really, really delicious. And if you come to Georgia, you really have to taste there. And then here we have the acharuli hajapuri. And actually, what is interesting is that we have various kinds of hajapuri, and it is the cheese inside. And then outside there are some oily, and here is the egg yolk on the acharuli hajapuri. And the last one is the most well-known dish, which is called hinkali. And it looks like dumplings, but it's like a different version, and it's more let's say liquidy inside. There's juice, and yeah, we're basically eating it with our hand and another fork. Yeah, so we can go to another slide, and we can go deep in with the questions then. Yeah, there's another slide, and usually when I go to another countries, they're saying that, oh, you're from the United States, really nice. Yeah, but yeah. Georgia is not a state, it's a country, it's very small, but we're trying to promote it as much as possible and give the people information about it. And yeah, Georgia was the first to see the first Europeans. And actually the Tbilisi, which is the capital city of Georgia, is translated as a warm place, because we have this natural water which is coming from the ground, and it is naturally hot. So yeah, we decided to just call the city warm, because we have like warm water and we don't have to like boil it because it's naturally hot. And yeah, next slide. And the wine, we are really proud of our wine. We have I think I'm not sure about the number, but we have different variations of it. And there's specifically one region of the Georgia, which is called Kakheti. And we have this I mean, they're really professionals about making wine. And if you really want to taste the unique, really Georgian wine, you have to go to that place or buy some Carpathian wine, I guess. And yeah, we have red wine, we have white wine, semi-sweet, everything that you heart could desire. And yeah, I think my party will continue and we could go deep in the questions if you want.
Thank you, Anna. The licensed panelists got it right, so now it's your turn. So we asked them, whenever you have good company, good food and good drinks, what else are you missing to having the best time possible?
Good music.
Good music, exactly. Good job. So yeah, Georgian polyphonic songs are not ones to dance on, definitely. But they're really good because they are quite complex and quite difficult, and they're really nice to listen to, especially while doing yoga. Try that. And actually, aliens are listening to it because, as you know, well, you might not know, but still, there are golden records like series. So all the songs are sent to space to aliens, probably. And Georgia's song Chagrula is one of them, and it has been there since 1992. Okay, the next slide, please. And the thing we talk about all the time, Georgian handwriting and Georgian alphabets. It is really beautiful, but not only beautiful, but also unique because it's not based on any other handwriting or any other language. It is one of the independent languages in the world. That's why we are people basically abroad who are asked to write other people's names in their own language and also pronounce them, because this sentence, for example, says which I'm pretty sure sounds really weird and different than what you're used to, but still. Yeah, so this is where we come from. This is Georgia, and ESN Georgia specifically was based in 2013, but the first 2 years were taken for working on visibility. So I think in the last 6-7 years is when we actually started working on introducing ourselves to international level as well. And we're really happy to be here to be able to present our country to you. So I think now it's time that you ask us questions, or we will just throw random facts about Georgia. Question? Anyone? Yes.
Like, how many people do you receive, like, in your Erasmus
Students, right? It's actually really interesting because until I looked at the data, I never imagined we would have that many. But every year, every semester, we have approximately 300, which is a lot considering in Georgia. We are only based in the capital city because that's a university city, basically. And it's not one of the famous destinations in the world, right? So for people who are like 3.0 million, that's a big deal. We don't get to get in touch with everyone because the universities are tending on taking care of them individually, but we know the pathways. So yeah, we reached them anyway. At 300, that's the average number.
Do you know where they come from?
Yes, so we also have a lot of students from Asia. I'm not sure how it works with Erasmus. I have no idea, but most of the students are from Italy, Spain, Germany, and also we have a lot from Sweden and France. I think that these 5 countries are the most popular ones.
There's a lot of German people and yeah.
Okay. Another question? Yes.
You are one section in the country, right?
Yes.
So do you split between national and local level?
No.
Or is it?
No, it doesn't make sense because this is when this section is developing on both national and local level, because it's really hard in Georgia to solve the problem of visibility because youth work is not that well recognized. So when there are like 5 people, for example, for Border 6 that work really hard, it's better for them to do extra work so that the national and local level sports and groups do not go the separate ways, you know what I mean? So
Is it like double amount of work?
and not the double because we're not that many, but still it counts double work, yes. Okay, any other question? The random facts, go. Please, go to the first slide. because they another group like this fact very much. So I'm going to share it with you. So the thing you see on the right lower corner is Singali, as Anna mentioned, right? It is one of the most famous Georgian dishes. And it's made with meat, usually pork that's inside. And it's supposed to have juice inside. So whenever you take first bite, you're never ever supposed to spill the juice. First, it's uncomfortable. Second, you're going to splash it to everyone. And third, my friend just told me yesterday that there is this thing in Georgia that if you spill the juice while taking the first bite of pink, and this means you're a bad kisser. Oh yes, so this is why all the reasons why we never eat kinkali on any dates, especially the first day.
How big is it?
It's actually the size of the palm.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think 3 of them is enough to feel full, but I know people who cannot go up to 10.
So it's really dependent on you and the size of the
How hungry
we
you
have
are.
also.
There's a restaurant in Lausanne, I had it
Yes.
before and
Yeah.
I tried it.
Yes.
Yeah, and we have also some variations of hinkali. For example, it could be with the mushrooms, with the cheese, but only really traditional hinkali, we are claiming that it is with meat.
Okay, yeah. Any question or another random fact? Another random fact is that each and every Georgian family, especially ones who have summer houses in villages, we make home wine at home. Not only wine, but also vodka, and also Armenian cognac, and also all the other drinks you can mix all together. And this is actually really great. It's not illegal. It's perfectly legal in Georgia. And the harvest is the best time for that, right? So it's one of the reasons why people gather all together to have the best feast ever possible. And also giving wine away is part of Georgian culture. So whenever somebody has wedding and lives in capital city and doesn't own a summer house to take care of the wine themselves, so relatives feel obliged to give them wine. So that's another way to not spend money in Georgia and actually live on savings. Okay, another random fact. Yes, please.
You said it was like the university city?
Yeah.
Is there like only one university or at least?
No, we call it university city because most of the universities in Georgia are located in capital city. But I think in some we have approximately 40, 45 universities, but including private ones, they're not that big and not that.
But the country ends up being quite centralized.
It is quite centralized. We also have other universities in the western side. Tbilisi is in the eastern side, but it's not that common to study there because all the students basically need to go to Tbilisi to do their studies there. Okay, another question? Then the random fact, Georgia is really famous for its hospitality. So I just think it's a weird thing about myself that whenever I introduce myself to a person and we get along, I kind of see we could be friends. I'm like, you should definitely visit Georgia. We will host you. So that's why whenever it comes like comparing your countries to something or someone else, I always say if grandma could be country, that would be Georgia. Always welcome, always has extra couch for you and for your friends. And whenever it comes to eating, she forces you to eat as much as you can. Yeah, that was all about Georgia. Thank you. Thank you. We have one more presentation before the coffee break. I think. No, not that. It's the presentation.
Perfect.
Yeah, just 5 more minutes.
I'm looking already.
Simon.
You'll be happy.
Okay. There's a life outside of ESN. There is, some people don't understand this, but you're getting harder and harder to find the border. Yeah. No, so like I'm gonna. Half an hour, maybe I'm just gonna stay a little bit longer. Just so you know, yeah. We voted on everything, so we're clear. Get you, don't forget your Can you take the one from China?
I love Francis. Come around. You know.
Ah, sure.
One, two.
Okay.
Yeah, you had them. Oh, you went to the shit.
I remember it.
And we had practice with a lot of friends.
You're always.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm looking. Either, I don't.
Here, this was our campus. Like this was the middle.
We don't have every room.
Everybody.
Please, people, go back to your seat.
Like,
Thank you.
Is it coffee break time now?
your pants. You gotta go to the toilet, we got one designated toilet break, that's out. Okay.
Wow.
Take your seats, everyone.
You need to be the big channel.
Finally, please, let's do some memes.
And no, this is not, you don't go there. But, we can play it and stop it maybe. I mean, okay, I will stop, I will see you, and then we can play you for the friend play. Yeah, the paper, the paper, mainly the question that they have.
Everyone silent. We will have another international guest presentation from Letra, who's actually in Lugano for this semester.
Okay, hello everyone. Okay. Okay, I'm a lecturer. I study computer science and engineering degrees at University of Iran, and this is what we're going to talk about today, about Iran and the life here. Let's keep, okay. Yeah, okay, this is our members. So you're gonna ask why so the members of ESN Iran. It's like mostly because people make the experience here. Okay, we have buddy families. The system, maybe you have it here as far as I know. It's like when the newbies come into Iran, we have to help them to adopt and not to be copycat young members. Because, you know, it's so hard to adapt here. Yeah, maybe some people here know Natalia Special. And Costa is the Linux group. and the training team, artists, you may know, Natalie, and Lena, the treasurer, and Eleni. Yeah, mostly because we can. Yeah, this is some of activities we do, the bonding games, walking dogs. Actually, we have a huge like group that help stray animals in Greece because we have a lot of problems. Stray separately big games that it's a new activity. It's like we try to like we participate in Paralympics. We are planning for it. Okay, so the last mic goes here. Here, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Is it okay? No, it's not working. This is not.
This one, can you hear this one good or not?
Maybe here. Is it better here? Sorry. Sorry. And yes, the international dinner, tracking, planetaries. Okay, let's forward. Yeah, we actually have 2,100 and more incoming students here. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. And yeah, this is our media. You can follow us. You can have all the information you need from here. It's actually ESN and I is the best. Not the best. It's the best. Why not? It's the first one. First like ESN section in Greece, and it's actually great because in Athens everyone is supposed to have the first one in Athens, but the first one was in Ioannina, and it's like in the suburbs, it's like in the western Greece. So it's actually great. Okay, we have 8 sections in Athens, 3 at Iberus, private partner, yes, I'm not going to count them all. And this is the regions, yeah, the Athens, Ioannina. Yeah, okay, we have the winter and the summer name. This is like we organize the winter, we're gonna organize the Iberus trip is actually in Ioannina, and the summer is at Crete. So it's the Crete trip that is so famous. Okay. And the national event, this is what I was talking about, the winter and the summer national event. Okay, yeah, the Greek trip, this is the most, yeah, the most like famous trip organized by ESN Greece. And we actually do a lot of activities there. I mean, it's not only drinking a party, of course, that because it's an island, it's a tourist island, but we managed to work with the locals and do activities. And yes. Yeah, the Greek festival I was talking about too, the Knossos visit is like the ancient monument there. There is possible party, okay, because okay. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, and now we will have the first winter international event at Ibros, the Ioannina one. And it's mainly located at the mountains, as you see in the logo. Because you know the most famous landscape in Greece is like sea. Is about most people don't know even that the mountains exist in Greece, and it's like yeah, we have a lot of activities in mountains and ski centers and all this stuff. So this is why it's best for you to visit your. Yeah, that's a good question. I was trying to find answers, but it was at first difficult because you know if you live in Greece, we have a lot of problems. But when you come for vacation in Greece or for Erasmus, it's the best. And why? the living cost is actually so low. You can do whatever you want. And you live, yes, if you live in the dorms for free, you eat for free too. And Lugano is a good point to travel all over the Greece. It's in the middle of the Greece. You can go to the north, you can go to the south. We actually organized a Santorini trip too. And with, I think, no, you can go with lower prices on this. Okay. And any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, now we have a quick coffee break, so please be back at 11:20. And yeah, enjoy your coffee break. 11:20 is in 10 minutes.
Can I check? Yes. So we get this one.
What?
If you put them on the table next to it.
It's not easy go, bro.
Tu mens comme tu respires, c'est pas humain de faire des choses comme toi.
It was not prepared. Information that we have, okay. Thank you so much for seeing.
We have to start from.
Yeah, actually was a challenge that we want the video.
This one is, I don't know if this one is about visual. I should.
I think it was about.
So I put them in the other, next to the trigger groups.
Show outside. No. You are not. Yes, it will not be for the community. It will be only for the content. Not too many. Some of them are.
No, but we get more.
No. Alright, there are more, the other one.
Yeah.
All right. No, that's the one. Who's that? I will lecture to.
Is that confiture? Yes. What happened? I don't know. They're bothering each other. 5 minutes ago, he was hitting her on the shoulder. But I have to take my picture. Okay. Okay, I can hear. No shit running. I have to understand these people. But I don't understand. Yeah, yeah.
First, I was thinking, like, maybe I'll leave it like they are slide.
Please take a seat. Please take your seats. We will resume. And Sarah, you can. Okay.
Can you give me the normal microphone, please?
It's just, it's not very loud.
But they can shut up. If they're quiet, then. You know?
Okay, we will have the National Erasmus Games experience from the OC presentation. So please stay quiet because we are going to use that microphone for your ears, but it's a little bit quieter. And present.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the project manager of ESN Switzerland, and I will share with you some points about the National Erasmus Games, because I feel like this is the event that will gain a little bit more visibility, also due to the fact that we struggled getting OT for the past 2 years. That's why I want to talk about it a little bit. We did it this year, the first time that project manager was head of OC, and basically my head were the 2 men, together with like 2 or 3 volunteers from various sections who helped us organize this event. Next. Okay, for those of you who hear this event for the first time, what it is an event of the spring semester. Usually takes around 2 days, 1 weekend, end of March or April, where we give our exchange students the possibility to do sports together. Usually it's volleyball, basketball, football, and athletics, but it's also bound to the sports that will be done at the international Erasmus Games. This can also change, but the past year it was mostly these kind of sports which were covered. And those who can win at the end of the competition, they can go to the international Erasmus Games, which usually take place around May. This year it was in Madrid, so it can be anywhere in an ESN country. And so in Switzerland, we do it like this, that we have the national round, and we need an OC for that, obviously. And I list down some of the tasks, and you will see that it's more or less similar to organizing LA with accommodation, etc. What is special is the sports facilities, obviously, but I mean, in universities, you usually already have great facilities where you just need to make sure that you book it in advance. Especially if you need it for the whole weekend. And that is also why this is an event which is quite important to start organizing before, like some month beforehand. The procedure is that we open the call before NA1, and the candidates will do the presentation during NA1 with the goal that from October till the next year, they have time to organize it. So we had the call open last year for a few months, and in January we gave up and just did it ourselves. And what else? Obviously, you also need to coordinate like the teams and the schedule, which is not that hard as it sounds. It's actually, if you have everything with a little bit of Excel work, you have all the agenda ready. So yeah, this is basically what needs to be done from the OC part. It's a different kind of experience because we give the exchange students the possibility to sport together. And I think it's a unique experience, which is why I think it's a very interesting event to host. Obviously, the communication is a little bit different because your guests are basically your exchange students. And this is why the success of this event doesn't only rely on the OC or the national level, but it also relies on you, the local section. Thanks. So we need local coordinators. This is very crucial so that everything, and especially the communication, runs smoothly. This year we had 2 local coordinators, but more than 2 sections showed up. So what was the conclusion? We were communicating with the exchange students sometimes almost directly, which is obviously quite a piece of work. So what does this person need to do? Basically, you handle the registrations, you also promote the event, obviously. And you need to make sure that the communication goes through from the OC to your exchange students. Also, you need to collect the money and make sure that it's been sent to the OC or NL in time, and also maybe manage transportations, and also handle your team during the day, maybe make sure that everyone shows up in the correct course. And another extra task that I didn't put down here, but we would also require this person or the local section head to do. If their team really wins, there is also someone needed who would coordinate them, the organization for the trip to the International Erasmus Games. Because it's also some part of organization that needs to be done, and that is why also a local coordinator here would really help to simplify the whole process. Okay, next. Now, what do you need to do as a local section? I mean, you know, the event is in the spring semester. So as soon as you have your board, your team for the spring, maybe start discussing who is going to do it. Because there will be an open call. And yeah, it would be then good if you already know more or less who are possible people who could take over this task, and don't just start thinking about it when you get the call. And now is also that you need to obviously instruct the local coordinator. We had tasks on the form when we opened the call, but maybe you want to give like an active member the opportunity to do it. So just make sure that they know what are their responsibilities. And another thing which I think would make this experience better is if you start informing your Erasmus students early enough. Why? Because it takes some time to form the teams, right? So maybe you want to find some more people to create a volleyball team or a football team. And this is mostly not enough if you just have like a short open call. Why can we not open the call earlier? Because most of the students only arrive in February, right? So they need to get to know each other. That is why also it's mostly quite a time-sensitive matter where the local section should support this process. Because I think it's a real pity if people cannot go just because they think they have no team. Whereas maybe in other sections, there are other people who also don't have a team and you could form one together, right? And then talking about money, yes. If you know it's a fixed event in your agenda, please keep some budget for it. Because every time I talk to local section, it's like, oh wow, so surprising, no, we don't have money. We didn't plan that. But then it's not, because at the end, the Erasmus students rely on the sections to get also some financial support to maybe then go to the international Erasmus Games. The national level obviously has some budget for it, but depending on where it is and how many people will go, it's quite budget intense. For example, now in Madrid, the flights or the transportation bus were very expensive, as well as the hotel, which is why then like 95% of the people who participated didn't go because they couldn't afford it. And I think that's something we can work on it to change. Questions or comments later, I think. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just got out of content. So yeah, that is why basically to summarize, the NEC is a nice event to host, but please local sections also contribute to this, so we can make it a great event in the future. Obviously, we from the national level also did some reflection and know that communication wise we can improve for the next year. But we cannot do it without you. So that's why, last slide. Yeah, some impressions of this year's event. It was a one-day event. I mean, we also only had a few teams, so after lunch, the games were over, but I think people still enjoyed it. And yeah, I think this unique type of event needs to be appreciated more. Thank you.
Speakers list is open.
Can we get the QR code?
It's in the chat.
Yeah, I cannot have it here quickly, but it's in the chat. You can send it in. I will see with the microphone. Oh, yeah.
It was yesterday.
Okay, GGS Peter, thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I would like to add some consideration for you. National Rugby are also an opportunity for you to contact the municipality to work together with sports stakeholders. So as when we are available to help you in organizing maybe an opening conference for NEG, this is something that is often done in other countries, and it's really an opportunity for you to be visible in the city in order to maybe find new stakeholder, new sponsor, new partnership. Also because okay, our core focus are international students, but it's also very important to relate with the city, and that of course more institutional visibility and be involved in this way in more opportunity, and through sport is something that could be really useful because it's something different from our main topic, so something interesting and relevant for them. So it's not a question, it's more a consideration. Thank you
very much.
Yeah, small reminder, reaction is with two fingers, question is like.
Hi, Sana and Elizabeth. Just a quick clarification on the budget that we should plan as expected, even though we're not the OC. What does that include and how large would it get, like transport, registration fee, I don't know?
For this year, we needed the extra budget to cover the accommodation. It's really hard to say a number because I know that all the sections have different kind of budget. But just to give you some insight for last year and also this year, we needed the extra budget to cover the cost. So what we did is ask the participating sections just to see how much money they can contribute. A bigger section maybe can contribute around 500 francs, but we had also smaller ones who contributed 100. Already that helps and cover the costs, and then at the end we did it with an extra intersection grant where we could get more money from the ML because it's not really within the allocated budget. So that is why I think most of the sections have their fixed budget based on their events list for the semester, and then maybe because it also depends if you send the whole team or just some athletics. Then see what is possible to contribute, just to have like a buffer for the students as well.
I just have a quick comment to this, which I think is really important to know. I just found out today. So ESN apparently had a budget for the national and international Erasmus games together. So you kind of need to allocate money probably for both events, or is the actually a question now? Sorry. No, just not how the cost is split. Okay. Wait, okay. So basically, the national landscape, yes, because it's a national event, so we are like, the grant as NA. For the international landscape, it's a little bit complex. First of all, what we do, we pay participation fee. So the participation fee for the international landscape is included. This year, we had a budget left from the national landscape that we are allocating for these internationally. So the section had to pay less for like some like hostel fee. But normally there is not anything for the international thing at this moment except participation fee, which can be really cheap or can be more expensive. This year was more expensive than last year, for example. And it's a little bit complex how to define it because it's not like EGM web where you can, for example, send one member per section and we can maybe have a budget in that direction. But because you send keys, sometimes you know it's different. But it's something that we anyways as it is important as EGM web, we want it to be as important, we should allocate something. Yes.
I know there's another reaction, but I will propose to close the speakers list after. No one opposes? Okay, speakers list is closed, and please be concise, because we already have the plate.
Yes, just a reminder for the next years. ESN International might get a huge grant for the International Erasmus Games, including some money for national phases as well. We will be concerned directly for national phases because we're not part of the EU. It is how it is. But that means that International Erasmus Games might get more financing, meaning that we might get more affordable options for next year, and that might help bring people to the International Erasmus Games. So hopefully this will.
Amo is in Switzerland. I have one question to actually improve next year regarding the delegation that we sent to International Erasmus Games. As the project manager, what was the challenges you faced and what do you need next year to make it maybe a bit easier?
Well, I think, well, this year was a little bit of an exception because I was like privately very busy during exactly these 2 weeks where everything needed to be organized. And I think, on one hand, I know that my communication could have been clearer, but at the end, it's also about the local sections who then, or the local coordinator who communicates clearly with the exchange students and also with the local treasurer to clarify as soon as possible what would be the cost for the Erasmus students, and then they can decide if they can go or not. And now this year, obviously, it was long because the problem is that people need to commit if they want to go, and based on the number of participants, we can calculate the budget. And that is why many people for a long time didn't want to commit because they were unsure about the transportation. So what went wrong this year was people committing, ESN Switzerland paid the participation fee, and everyone canceled. So there was, I think, also something that, because this year we didn't have the local coordinator, so that's why I said this would solve many things. If then this is then the person who then also takes care and says, okay, next step, we want to go, please make up your mind, don't think for 1 month if you want to go or not, we need to have an answer. So this was not a back and forth, but also, as I said, due to the fact that I was communicating with all the students individually. And then I contacted again individually the local treasurers to clarify the budget situation. Then we could streamline the communication in a way that I think everything will be sorted out in a way faster way.
Thank you, Shiva. But I wanted to come back on the topic of also how communicates about the events, because we always have like this idea of yes, we take care of the fees, the national take care of fees. It was the way we actually thought it was, and when we communicate to the Erasmus, we like end up in a situation where the national tells us, can you pay something for them? And we're like, we cannot pay, we cannot think of a budget of, let's say, 500 to actually support them and support like 3 to 5 students going. Because it's like a big part of our budget, and it's like 3 people in the 600 every year. So I think there is really a need to just sit at some point with the section and decide exactly what the communication will do and what is the participation fee and phase what, when, because it's not a matter of small or big sessions, it's really a matter of just what every reality, when every reality. It's more a question not directly to you, but maybe to the next panel and to the section. Are we prepared to just have a conversation on how we will that?
It's a question for you, by the way.
For everyone.
You can answer. You can answer.
I will end with a quick comment. I think it's true, it should be somehow made clear, but the situation is also each year differently. You have a different city and you have a different number of people. So I think it's just maybe some repairings can be done accordingly, but then at the end you also need to then check this year how it's really being done. Yeah.
I know your comment, right? Just to confirm. Okay, perfect. Then we close. Now we move on with the workshops, if I am not wrong. Yes. I will quickly open the workshop. This. Can you read? Is it visible enough? Sorry. Yes, no.
Can you make it a bit bigger? Thank you.
But I think you can make it full screen. Yes.
Thank you. Is it more visible now? This, yeah, oh yeah, okay. One correction. Conference 821 is this one main room was from yesterday, but actually the yesterday.
Yes.
Today. Voilà. So yeah, please go to your rooms. And yeah, stick to the list.
If you're not in there.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure they're covered in the ear.
My brain, oh my God.
Electra, my brain or my body? That's not the same.
Both. Maybe you can all regroup, sitting a bit closer.
Okay.
Nice.
There's all those tables.
Yeah.
I need space. So are we 10 people or not more?
Yeah, I'm a bit. Can you please come and sit closer? Thank you.
No. What?
I just wrote my name.
Are you attending the workshop?
Like Emilia should be here, but maybe she's
Okay, how's the energy level this morning? Whoa! From here to here. How are you?
On the ceiling.
Down. Yeah, I see that. Are some people under the table?
Yes. Yeah, right.
Hopefully it will get better after this. So we're just like, 10 people before now. It will be interesting. Welcome to our workshop. So as you've seen, the workshop on hate speech and freedom of speech. But before we start, maybe we can introduce ourselves in case you don't know us. Do you want to start, Elettra?
Yeah, so my name is Elettra. I'm currently HR and Wellbeing Manager in ESN Bern. And I will be since tomorrow, yes, Social Inclusion Officer of ESN.
And I'm section manager of ESN Switzerland. I'm also part of the Educate Pool of Trainer. And I worked in my time started with the concept of the hate speech and also freedom of speech, which was very interesting. So that's why I presented to this workshop today. Maybe one thing that would be very interesting is to have like a quick round. I think we you all know your names, but at least maybe sections, if you don't know your sections between you, and yeah, let's start with the sections. So maybe we can start here. The first one.
Yes.
Sina, Celine, Zurich.
Tina, if you know, what was that? Sorry. Emilia, I think there's something.
So lost. Okay, and one more thing that is actually interesting to us, to start the activity. Before we actually even start the activity, maybe Alexa, do you want to say a little bit of a trigger warning of the?
Yes, exactly. So we will talk today about the border between freedom of speech and hate speech. So of course, when we talk about hate speech, we also talk about some topics which can be a bit sensitive because it's mainly about the discrimination. So a trigger warning about the fact that some topics may be sensitive, and that to explain you the workshop and to explain you the difference between freedom of speech and hate speech, we will need to use some examples which could be a bit hard to hear, and which we definitely don't share in terms of content and of values, and which go against the values of ESN Switzerland. So just be ready about that, and if you're uncomfortable with something, if it's too much, don't hesitate to tell us to take a break, or to ask us to stop the workshop if you really need. So
You can
really
also
take
leave the
care of
room,
yourself. Exactly.
leave the room if you don't feel comfortable. The goal is that you really feel comfortable during the whole activity, and if you really feel like you want to, it's fine. We won't do anything against you because we did that.
Yeah, and also we will talk more about the precise activities later, but also if you find yourself having to talk about these topics, we know that it's a delicate topic, and we know that it's not values and things that we share as individuals, but so for the sake of the workshop, don't feel bad if you need to also interact and use hate speech or give examples.
But before we go really in the topic of hate speech and freedom of speech, we want to kind of like go it very step by step because it's very sensitive. We want to jump on hate speech. So I want to have a quick round. You don't need to, like, you can just raise your hand. I want to know if anyone here has like had the experience of having diverging opinions in your sections. You can raise your hand if that's the case. I'm sorry?
Could you repeat the question?
If you've ever experienced diverging opinions in your section.
In regards of what? Just in
Diverging opinions in general. I think everyone. I think it's like it's a big part of ESN is that we don't agree with each other. But the most important thing and the most interesting thing is how do you deal when you have diverging opinions? Let's say you have a meeting and there's two people that are really disagreeing, maybe you're part of them. How do you tackle that situation? Do you have any ideas? Not that easy. Try to really put yourself in like in your own section, and you see two people that are disagreeing on something. What do you usually do? Yes.
We listen at two people and try to discuss with them, try to find maybe a good solution, and at the end, if we take a decision, we go to either one or the other. We ask the other people what they think about, and then decide either depends on the topic. Either we can vote on the thing, or as a president,
So it's like a very long process all the time when you can just have two diverging opinions, and then you have many people that are involved, and many people that needs to kind of act in that way.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easier, I don't know. Sometimes it's just if more people agree on something, we will naturally go to this solution without all the process. It's natural.
Any other opinions on the topic of diverging? Maybe someone will have to tackle them in your section. Yeah.
I think before also discussing the opinions, you should let both parties come to like point their position and their opinions, so everyone has the same opportunity to let everyone know what they think.
So have like a proper structure where everybody has the right to speak. And they have to voice their opinion.
Yeah.
Do you have maybe to set some rules, some boundaries, some structure? I'm sure you, because otherwise it will be very difficult. And actually, sometimes all these diverging opinions, and I would say maybe not all the time, but it can lead to hate speech, even within our section, and we don't even realize that it's hate speech. But we haven't really defined hate speech. So for you to understand what hate speech is, you will have a small exercise to actually check if you actually understand the word hate speech that is everywhere in media, social media, newspaper, TV. Do you want to introduce the activity?
Yes, and actually I was thinking that since we're not that many, maybe we can do 4 groups instead of 5. So now you will be divided in 4 groups of 3 people, and we will give you some sentences that I wrote on paper. I hope you can read them. If they're not clear, just tell us. And we will ask you, so you will talk with your group, and we will ask you if you would categorize these sentences as belonging to freedom of speech, to the freedom of speech category, or to the hate speech category. Okay.
So let's just do a 1, 2, 3, 4. It will be quick. So we start 1, 2, 3. We can 2. 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 4.
That's right. Okay, so what?
We're not
Is it-
2, 3.
1.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
So Ashraf is 2, Tina is 3, Axel is 4.
Okay.
Okay. So we will give you. I think it's nice if you can spread so you don't. So you have a bit of space. So maybe Grace here.
There's 3.
Here.
What? Yeah.
You are. You want maybe
Well,
yeah, I see that. That's where just
I was just like, it does not feel like we.
We have the different situations. So you don't have to say it's hate speech, freedom of speech. Okay.
Ages.
Are you going to talk about
Okay, this is. Go back to your own. That's a wild sentence. That's just like wild. What else can the other? Imagine, I can imagine I can but like this is still wild.
Exactly.
Yeah, because these think about that is great.
The point of view is very.
Is it nice because no, yes.
Okay. And what's important is to know when we have those buttons.
Yes, of course.
When you want like that, you know, something.
I mean, I would say it's.
Basically, you have 90 minutes.
It's also a bit hard because, I mean, we don't start with the every time, I mean, the main agenda change.
I'm not even reading.
I mean, I want to
yeah,
find.
okay.
There's one like that.
Why? So it's also like which you falls on one category is or
Yes.
okay, so maybe for so for me yes you actually it's not easy. Sure, it's a person, it's just you don't belong here is five minutes.
Yeah, it's like university. What is the English word? Like context.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you put it so much.
Yeah. Yes. No, but I just remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because I believe you should have suggestions.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is actually a difference. It's not.
Maybe if there's an opening that like I want to be professional, like maybe
For me, it's just your kind, but really.
I think everyone did that. I feel crazy, but then I realized.
Yep.
With your story.
You should come. It's not far from there. Join the hiking group. Hiking group. I organize sailing stuff there.
Work, please, work.
How busy are you in summer? Because I'm like, if I
mean, I work.
Did you manage to?
I have vacation days to use, so I'm gonna be like, oh, Wednesday is nice weather, let's go.
I also have some vacation days. So 3 days. Yeah, so my internship, which I
Weekends are always good too, but they're kind of dependent on the weather.
yeah.
Sure. Tag along.
It's just a little bit you have. Always in the, especially. Yeah, we will think about what we
You can stay like with your group and just.
Either actually, like I thought it they like so well. Okay. 5 over there.
I'm sure, yeah.
Here they're all.
There's, There's it, okay. So, how did you feel after this activity? Yes?
Actually, it was really interesting because it's not that easy to always be able to say what is freedom, what is hate. So you should try to find some specific words or specific concepts that can maybe help you discriminate which one of these messages hate and which one is, because it's something you're doing in general really intuitively when you are on social medias. But I think it's really interesting and important to trying to think what are the real criteria to differentiate these two things.
So you mean that it's important to increase awareness of like the specific details that make a speech being a hate speech? Yeah. Okay, interesting. Any other feelings on this? How was like the activity for you? Was it difficult? Easy? How are you feeling? Yeah.
I would think, I wouldn't say like easy because there's statements like here that at least one statement where I'm like, okay, I do not agree, but it doesn't mean that it is not that great speech. I also feel like some of those things were very wild things to say. Well, like, that, I don't know, it's just wild. I don't know if we all had the same. But that was crazy. I mean, I can't believe that people did say that, but it's still. I don't know, it was just crazy. It was to think about it, and I get so mad all the time. So yeah.
It was not, those sentences were not invented, they were actually present in newspaper, social media, and television. So you said it was quite easy. What about the other groups? Did you struggle to agree? How was the process as a group of 3 people?
Yeah, I think in the end we could always kind of agree on which category we want to put it, but I think there's always a way to also like argue for another category. That you can always find something that makes it hate speech or makes it not hate speech. So I think it was rather difficult to ask. Yeah.
So yeah, like you, for you it was not like as white flag, like you still argue a little bit about it, but the process felt peaceful in the group. Or
yeah.
A picture of it.
Also, I wanted to ask, because Ashraf, you talked before about the fact that you tried to find some criteria to divide these sentences. Did you find any specific criteria, or were you just more reflecting about the need of having criteria?
So one of the criteria were generalization. So for example, when you are making a group of persons responsible of something or some acts, and one of the other is when you, this one is less clear for me, but when you want to express, let's say, a strong idea, but you use really categoric words. For example, you want to say, this thing should be like this, and you don't say, I believe that this thing should be like this. So this is one other criterion, but this one is maybe less
that's clear.
So the criteria that you're describing are article, I think, articles that it really reflects to the opinion of one person and not just a statement.
Exactly.
Is that what you mean? Okay.
Exactly.
Interesting. What about the other groups? Did you also have criteria? How did you manage to separate the hate speech from the freedom of speech? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's also kind of a criteria when you use really harsh words like hate, or we have eradicate, or again, yes, generalizations that just put all people in the box based on something that they are or that they do.
I have one question actually on what you said, and everybody can answer. In your opinion, if you're expressing your opinion as Ashraf said about the small details that make that it's your own opinion, then you generalize something. Do you consider as hate speech or not? Yes.
I was actually thinking about that with that one statement. Can I read it aloud? Okay. I believe that marriage should be only between a man and a woman. But I mean, it is discriminating against a certain group of people, technically. But it's not hate speech, I think. I believe. It's still discrimination.
So maybe would you like to share like how you split the different ones?
Yeah. We only split into freedom of speech and hate speech, so not like in between. The one that I just read was freedom of speech. Then I believe that all gay people should have the right to love and marry is also freedom of speech. Then the one with Muslims, go back to your own country, and abortion is a religious disease, so all hate speech.
So I think a lot of you use the same separation, and that when there was I believe you said that it was not hate speech.
Yeah.
And when it was a statement that you said was hate speech.
Yeah.
Is it the case for every group? So
you all categorize the group of Lugano did, or did anyone put one of the sentences in the other
It depends
category?
on which category. For example, we had okay, so this one was a bit tricky. So there is one statement that is saying, I believe that all gay people should have the right to love and marry. So I think no one has actually a problem with that one. There is no restriction in this sentence, so there can be hate speech because there is no restriction. Then when you say, I believe that marriage should only be between a man and a woman, this thing is, we put it in not hate speech, so freedom speech. But even though for me there is also one element which is a restriction. But I don't know if restriction should be a criterion to say if it's hate speech or not. So yeah, we use I believe to say it's freedom speech, but for the only,
it's not tricky.
It's not clear for me either. Because for me, I think that you can say, I don't know, that you consider this person do this kind of work, so they need, I don't know, to start their retirement before other people. So you're doing a kind of exception for some people. So some people won't have access to this early retirement. So I don't know, but there is based on something else, which is the gender or more the sexuality. So it's also in the category of discrimination. So it's not that easy.
I have thank you very much.
Maybe not reaction, but
The question.
no, okay, sorry, I thought we were still saying how.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. To me, the main difference would be that I believe expresses more of an opinion, personal opinion, whereas the others are really statements. And that's why, to me, at least, it would be more hate speech because they generalize and they really say it as a statement.
So now that we've done this exercise, the big question, what is hate speech for you? How would you define hate speech? You've said some criteria to differentiate it. So how would you like put the definition of hate speech? It's difficult. You want to try that? So sorry, I didn't hear the.
When you are, I'm not sure if the English is so good to say, when it was armed.
Okay, when you're
Harming.
harming,
Yeah.
with someone else as an agent.
Generalizing a certain group of people like this.
Yes.
Basically giving a statement that from the start doesn't leave room for discussion. Like you're just stating a fact that you believe is true, that can be considered offensive or disrespectful.
Actually, when we're facing this kind of very hot topics, I would say we always try to find definitions from institutions that are trusted by organizations, and that's what we did with this in order to be sure that what we were giving was really 100% certified. The Council of Europe actually searched for a definition of the Council of Europe of hate speech that we will show to you. Yeah.
So I can maybe also read it. So hate speech, all forms of expression which spread, incite, promote, or justify racial hatred based on intolerance.
This definition is actually way long. We try to shorten it a tiny bit. It's written racial hatred, but it's for the Council of Europe. It's actually a lot about immigration, migrants. That's like a big part of their definitions as well. But it can go beyond also racial hatred. It's basically linked to all kinds of discrimination. And I feel like maybe I will define discrimination again because I don't know if you defined it in your workshop yesterday. I think I did in mine. So discrimination is really unfair treatment based on unfounded grounds towards someone, on negative or positive way. Usually it's negative. So that's what the Council of Europe defined as hate speech. But it's also very important to understand what is freedom of speech because they're kind of linked to each other. It's not really the other side of the coin, but I think it's important to understand what freedom of speech is. So freedom of speech, a little bit longer, this one from the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. It's the right to freedom of expression, includes freedom. The right to freedom of expression includes freedom to hold opinions and to receive and impart information and ideas without interference by public authorities and regardless of frontiers. It is very long. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have a question about hate speech. For me, the definition is a bit restrictive because it's only about racial statements. So for me, yeah, I don't know. So if you can say, so if you say something really hateful about, I don't know, someone, about the sexuality of someone or genders or anything, then it didn't count in this definition, which I found a bit weird.
Actually, like Arnaud said, the definition is way longer, but it was a bit hard to write it all there. But I can maybe read it to you because it's not only racial hatred. So the key elements, it's expression which spread, incite, promote, or justify hatred based on intolerance. But there are several elements. So here it says racial hatred, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, or other forms of hatred based on intolerance, including intolerance expressed by aggressive nationalism and ethnocentrism, discrimination and hostilities against minorities, migrants, and people of immigrant origin.
Okay.
So minorities are also included. So,
as we said, it's the Council of Europe, so they don't really, their main focus is really on racism, immigration, those kinds of topics, but of course, discrimination goes way beyond, as we've seen during the conference, during the first round of workshops as well. One thing that is worth mentioning actually is that hate speech is actually a violation of human rights. So it is actually part of the. Do you want to talk a bit about it? That's I think your.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So hate speech is like Armand said, it's a violation of human rights. Because by hate speech when you express hate speech, you inherently discriminate people, and you are stopping people from. It's a bit the concept we were saying before. So basically, you're restricting the rights of some people with your speech. So you are blocking some people from having certain rights because you think it's not. You think they don't deserve these rights. So yeah, that's also an important thing, because freedom of speech is. We can talk about freedom of speech as long as it doesn't impact the freedom of others. So it's a bit. So my freedom goes as far as your freedom starts. So basically, when people claim freedom of speech to do hate speech, which impacts the freedom of other people, then it goes against human rights. And the Council of Europe actually it's stated in the International Convention of Human Rights that you can't use a human right, like for example freedom of speech, to stop other people from fulfilling and having their rights.
Yeah, so I want to have a bit like a compound that we did, but one thing I wanted to add that is very important is that it's not what we said about freedom of speech. It's not really a political opinion. It's really in the human rights, and I think it's very important that it is at least worth mentioning that it's really mentioned somewhere in human rights. Now that we've defined all of this, my question is, do you still agree with how you separated your situations? Yes? No? You can raise your hand if it's a yes. Are some people unsure as well?
I agree with still not agree with I don't want to speak for the whole group.
No, of course, like it's a safe space if you want to do what you think.
So the way that I'm part of it. Didn't say correct, but still in my opinion.
So maybe just what I want to say about, for example, what you said before, Ashraf, about the categorization that the I believe that is at the beginning of the sentence. I mean, of course, the way in which you express your opinion, it's important. And of course, saying I believe underlines that it's your opinion. But the thing I told you just before about the fact, like, my freedom just goes as far as the freedom of others starts. So this is also, I couldn't say, I believe all gay people should die, for example, you know? So even if there is a I believe, because often people hide their hate speech, adding maybe a sentence or a word like that at the beginning, and then they say, but I said that it's just my opinion, so it's all right. I can say anything I want as long as it's my opinion.
Yeah, because there's actually, I think I wanted to explain them after, but I think I will explain them now because it's very important. Actually, there is one concept that you don't have in most papers. So actually, this exercise is meant to be impossible because you miss one thing, which is context. And actually, you've mentioned there's two concepts actually. And I will start with outreach, which is, do you understand the word outreach in English? Does anyone want to try to explain the concept of outreach, just like the word in general? Outreach. Outreach. So basically, outreach is you have the word reach and you have the word out, is that you're really putting an effort to bring an opinion or a narrative, which I will come to just after, to the public sphere or to basically the outside world. So it means if I have one thing that I want to say, one opinion, one statement, I will put some effort to put it to the public sphere. And the problem, or rather I would say the thing that you have to bear in mind is that when it's outreached, then it can have consequences. And that's also the concept of outreach, is that what you're describing through your opinion is actually having an impact outside of your own opinion. A narrative, you want to explain narrative maybe?
Yeah,
It's also very important.
yeah, so the narrative, the definition is a logical and internally coherent interpretation of connected events and characters. So the report and interpretation combined give a meaning to the story, connecting singular happenings to a more general story. So like I've not said before, it's about also the context. So the narrative is that the idea that every sentence and in general every situation is in a bigger picture of a more general situation.
So with that being said, first, is it clear the concept of narrative and outreach?
So narrative is also about how you frame a story, for example, and what we said before, that the context and the way in which you frame a story or an opinion, it can go in very different directions, even if the content doesn't change that much.
So now I think we've done the first part of the work. So we have hate speech or not hate speech. We see it, we identify, we know that context is key. But now that we've recognized it, the question is, what do we do if we see hate speech? That is what you will do right now.
Okay, so now we will do an activity for which I will repeat my trigger warning of before, because I will ask you to do an activity which is not exactly easy, but which will be very helpful to learn how to counter hate speech. So I will ask you to divide yourself in pairs, so groups of 2 people, and so in pairs, one of you will try will say a sentence which belongs to the category of hate speech. For example, I believe that what I said before, I believe that all gay people should die, or so this is the trigger warning. We ask you to express hate speech, and we know that this is not your values and your beliefs, and the other person who is doing this activity with you also knows. It's just for the sake of learning. So one person will say something which falls in the category of hate speech, and the other person will try to counter this hate speech. So we'll try to react to this hate speech. So it's a bit of an acting exercise. So the idea is not that you just say a sentence. So the person who is expressing hate speech, of course, you should try to put yourself in the shoes of that person and try to really keep your argument, while the other person will try to counter the hate speech in a positive way, so with a positive mindset.
2 things I want to say. First, when you do the pairs, you're free to do it wherever you want. Please go to someone that you feel also safe to be with. So that's the reason why you choose your partner. And second thing, I will ask you to do something really funny, but trust me on this. I will ask you to stand up. up. So you are as you know, and I will ask you to shake like this. So you shake. Okay, then you take from the floor new clothes and you take the clothes of the actors. So it's not you. Okay, it's a bit silly, but it has a bit of meaning. Okay, so now I invite you to be in pairs, so you can pick your pairs. And if you want, you can choose the examples that we had on the paper, and you will have 5 minutes to do the hate speech, and then you will have someone against you that do the counter one, and then you switch. You switch to. So you do the 2 roles.
So first, one of you do the hate speech and the other counter it, and when we say to switch, you switch, and so you also change topic when the other person does the hate speech. Try to use another sentence and to change.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yes. So you can spread it a bit if you want to in the room.
Actually, I don't care. Oh. So you know, it's in a discussion, it can be okay. But if you say it after saying, you say this and after that you say, and oh, then it's just that here. I don't know what to say. I feel like that's how can go on that like that's
It feels a bit.
Maybe.
we have like a whole discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, a whole discussion.
Okay.
Especially having hard speech, like how the other person tries to.
So you will try to keep your hate speech opinion and to keep putting it forward.
Actually, we registered in the workshop with these names. I looked at the registration of the workshop.
You registered.
And I saw, you'll be funding that.
Yeah, because also for me, I mean, I registered in my own.
I mean,
Yeah,
no, so I had to be on the thing. But I think she just didn't take it. Yeah, I think really like 2 minutes. 1 minute.
How do you? I mean, not the politics of ESN. We find the topic and then.
I'm a person that thinks about it. And sometimes where I was like, about to fall asleep, there's always one thing I'm like, this I want to talk about. Then I try to see the activities.
So
then I try to put everything
And the other
together.
person.
But for the sections,
The English and the other person.
what
tries
topic
to
I want the
answer it.
sections to know, it's based on the document I'm using for the section. It's like
Of course.
I show it more, but it's like a document where I have like videos and everything, and it's like section authors. etc. And then I do the addition of all these numbers, and when I say it's very low, I see it, there's a problem there, and I do workshop. But there's topics I'm. On my, there's some I've never done, so that's why it's nice to have like, because we have different like, most expertise, but like comments mostly HR, distributed management, and some of the process, Judo is very institutional, but very, and then I is very finance. Even though, yeah, that's very charged. So it's also trying to communicate. It's something like for me, I said it's missing, but I don't like at the village.
Then how do you architect the whole workshop? I mean, the data and thing you did with putting your clothes, and now you have pairs. How do you plan this?
That was
Everything. Okay, yeah.
But it's stuff I learned at university, like we did last one, many activities we did. Some of them was super fun. I don't think I could use that. The funnest one we did is activities in the center. We have people around. It's like a big meta. So you have the others. And then like people from the outside can go inside the scene. Like, crazy. And like when I was doing this, I took the notes and there were some activities I really enjoyed. Yeah, we have this, that's where we know. Also, there's like a data bank of the workshops, previous workshops. And if you have a specific topic, I want to do a workshop on this, but someone already used it. And I changed I think sometimes like part of it is already previous workshop.
Often just repeat the same thing also. So I can keep saying and then ignore everything you say.
Yeah, we're trying. That's very nice. I don't. I was never expecting to do the training.
Oh, the ones that they have like.
I was planning the workshop as well, like it's very interesting. Very nice to have taken people.
That did look like. Definitely not.
No, you're doing.
The worst part.
It's nice.
Yeah, maybe I think a bit more prepared.
Yeah, somebody was.
Okay. Okay, you can come back here now.
Maybe his.
You can come back now. Thank you.
So, how was it? Hard. Was it? I have a question first before we do all of this. How do you feel after this 5 minutes of doing hate speech and 5 minutes of trying second speech? Really focus on feelings. Yes.
So when it came to the hate speech, it was very uncomfortable because I'm probably like anyone else, it's like trained in the head. There's certain things you just don't think, don't say out loud. when you say them out loud, it feels like you're crossing a lot of lines. And even though it's like all theoretical, it's like, oh, super uncomfortable. I do not like that. And about the other part, like the counterpart, it's honestly like I found myself very stuck in trying to think of a realistic scenario. As in, I don't think I personally could not react rational or calm to something like this, especially because I also don't believe that if someone says something that is like, very hateful, I just don't think that I will just convince them with good arguments right then, right there. So that was really, I felt useless actually. So, yeah.
So there was for you, I guess there was two sides. There was the fact that hate speech was very difficult and you really felt uncomfortable, but also the fact that when you were facing hate speech, you just felt like there was no possibility to reason with the hate speech authority. Am I right?
Yeah, basically, that's at least how I feel in real life. Not that I'm not trying, it's more as if I'm not hopeless, like hopeless if you useless in this situation. I'm just like,
okay.
No.
So many feelings internally.
I have many feelings.
Any other feelings or maybe same feelings? Yeah.
I think on the one side, it's very hard to argue an argument that you don't believe in, to always again like repeat whatever you think could say like help the statement. There I felt kind of helpless because I didn't really know what to say again. But also on the other side, like I think in my like real life, in a real situation, I would be afraid to confront a person with their opinion. I would probably just say, yeah, okay, I don't agree with it, and then kind of change the topic or something. And here you had to really, try to argue against it.
You're like stuck in a conversation that you would like to leave.
Yeah.
You have to be there. Okay. Any other feelings? What did you use as counter initiatives to against the hate speech? Yes.
I used like the question, why does the person feel like they are concerned by something they're saying? So for example, we had the example with the abortion, and that women who drink have a low birth rate. And I asked back, like, why does this concern you in any way, or how does this restrict you?
So it is already a good tool. It's the fact that you're questioning to understand. And maybe it's a link from active listening with someone. I've done active listening yesterday. I don't know if you've talked about the question to understand. No, you haven't talked about it. Was there any other tools that you used? Yes?
Yes, in our case, she was also the abortion thing, and she was doing the hate speech, and I say, yeah, it's good to think like this for your case, because you're free to do what you believe. But yeah, it's only valid in your case, and you shouldn't be.
So you agree to disagree, basically. You accepted that you would not agree. Right?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with what she's saying for her case, but not always.
Okay, so you accept the opinion, but you
Only if it's
just for okay, interesting. Any other alternatives? Because we want to provide you with some to face hate speech.
Yes, so we talked before about narratives, and the idea is that there are counter narratives or alternative narratives to try to counter hate speech, but also discrimination in general. So the idea is to try to reframe the topic under a different light. And as I said when I was introducing the workshop, to try to counter hate speech with a positive mindset. Because of course, the worst way to counter hate speech is with more hate speech. So for example, to be like, yes, you're a shitty person, you don't understand anything. This only creates more hate speech. While the idea is really to have a positive mindedness, and to share values of openness, of non-discrimination, to share values of openness and inclusivity and non-discrimination. So counter narratives are narratives which really try to directly counter the hate speech. So, for example, giving facts and figures about why what this person is saying is wrong. They usually require some more knowledge on the topic. For example, if a person says something hateful about migrants, if you have some numbers or some data, statistics that you know to prove that what the person is saying is wrong. But you should have these things in mind, and it's not so easy to have all these elements in mind for every possible topic. Another thing is alternative narratives. So trying to change the narrative of the person in a way that she can't really counter again. So, for example, some tools are using humor or satire or sharing your feelings. So, for example, saying that what the person is saying makes you feel very uncomfortable for some reasons, or share positive personal experiences. So, for example, if the topic is abortion, share an experience of a friend who had an abortion, and like, even if it was a tough experience, she really felt that in her life that was very important to have this right. So share feelings and share personal experiences that the person can't really counter again, because if you share a positive story about that topic, that person can't just say, no, it's not true, because it is a personal story, and also the same goes with feelings.
I want to add some tools as well. They're not related with hate speech in general, but also in disagreements in general. So there are very useful tools that you can actually use, not just in your section, but also in your everyday life. And they're very easy tools. I don't know if any of you has heard of the Socratic method. Doesn't ring any bells? Okay. So basically, Socratic method is like a big philosophical construction where we're trying to go towards the person that we're disagreeing with instead of challenging them. And there are many small tools that you can use, and some of them actually I'm using them right now with you, and maybe you've seen it before. Sometimes when you say something, I'm always trying to repeat what you say, which can be very boring, I'm sorry, but it's, so you will say something, I will try to rephrase it with different words, try to find the same meaning, and then I will be doing this, and then I will ask, what's it that you meant? And then we're at least understanding the same thing, we have the same opinion over the board. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm trying to rephrase what you said, that's one thing. The second thing that is also part of the Socratic method is when you hear someone, you try to question to understand first, and then you try to question to challenge the person. That is the second thing, so that you first focus on the fact that you're understanding, and then you can try to challenge, not in like this kind of challenge, but challenge in trying to have like the opinion being a bit more developed, I would say. And I think that's already some tools that you can use. So now we want you to do the same exercise, but with the tools that we've given you. And maybe you can mix the pairs if you want to still stay with the same person, it's fine. But now we invite you to use the different tools that we described. Do you have questions yet?
Do you have an example of the second, like the challenging to understand?
Okay, give me an opinion.
I hate all Muslims, and they are all they destroy our country.
Okay, so you have a problem with Muslims because you think they are the threats to you.
No, they're a threat to our country.
So you think they're a threat to our country because, like, which reason do you think they're a threat to our country? So I'm trying to find more elements to put in the context, to understand, because sometimes those are like really out of context. And you're trying to understand a little bit, to build something, at least understand like the whole opinion of the person, and then you try to challenge them a bit to.
That's why Twitter is a big mess because we can do this.
Hmm?
That's why Twitter is a big mess because we can do this.
In what?
Twitter.
Twitter, yeah, social media. Okay, so now I invite you to the exercise. If you need help or if there's a tool you can
Okay, I will.
Thank you for the workshop. It's not finished. You have to do the same exercise. A little bit less than 5 minutes this time. It's fine. We do this.
Yeah. We have to get like what easier design.
And why exactly does it look like
I did that 5 minutes from the side.
Yeah.
We can also
That's
finish
perfect.
time before.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Don't you think that they have their own?
They should not.
Our countries, they do contribute actually to our.
And they should.
They have to pay taxes, and maybe they create.
Yeah, it should not be.
New in our country.
Okay, so you agree that they cannot marry and.
Okay. That should be other. Create this stuff. Yeah. And if that is such a big country, just help them.
Yeah, it's like it should
Try not to ask why to but why does it should be the game. Okay. Am I American in this scenario? No. Doesn't matter.
I think that so
We can switch.
You can pick now, because the other person that is already.
I think that meeting women is okay, and that women are, that's sex.
Where there's demand. Very much easier to merge with photos. I know that not every.
I made it myself, that's why.
So you're the only ones who love people die.
I think women should not have the right to vote. And also a woman's place. And also raising kids.
Where the others?
And no. Ever. Because they're just smart. Because there were so many male scientists and not that many female I also think that it's benefits. And there are another classes that don't have to work, they just enjoy it and they just get money from the state because they don't speak the language, they can't get a job. And living together, I don't say especially. No, I just know it. I mean, I video we did a new figure that a lot of months ago. They are saying
Okay, perfect, thank you so much, you can come back.
I will try to.
Yeah.
Okay, Rich, like you're close to coming to the end of the workshop. How was it this time? More difficult, still difficult?
While like I don't think it was difficult, it was easier to have an actual conversation because you are starting a conversation and then you can answer to something instead of just having a statement and being like, hey, what statement do I answer to that statement? So actually asking questions, getting into a conversation was way easier than doing one question.
As hate speakers, we were doing the hate speech, so not like yourself. Did you feel like there was a difference when the person had like more tools to counter your hate speech?
We felt like speechless, with nothing to say anymore.
From both sides?
No, from the hater point of view. We are like, okay, you're right, I have nothing to say. You're convinced me.
Yes.
Yeah, at one point I felt the same, but on the other side, you could also argue more because the other person was kind of sometimes like not agreeing with your argument, but trying to understand, and then you could like just talk more and more about what your problem is with, I don't know, yeah, what you stated in the hate speech.
So do you mean that like since the exercise was a bit artificial, like the hate speech was still going on and on?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but it would, I don't know. I think it was very positive, like the tips he gave. And on the other side, I felt much less helpless. Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know if this works also in English, but there's a saying in German, like it took the sail out of the wind in the conversation. Like it gave you and also the person who's doing the hate speech, some, not reflection, but some, like it stopped kind of the flow of the person and made them think a bit more about what they just said, because when you repeat something for them in different words, you're like also giving them the reflection, like this is what you just said. And sometimes maybe they don't know. I mean, they know, but it makes them think about it.
So you basically confront them with their own opinions, like, this is what you said. I'm putting that here. We've talked a lot about discrimination, but also, how do you feel like these tools could be applicable to your own sections? Do you feel like this is something that you could use, or is something that is very difficult to apply? What do you think? Yeah.
I think that sometimes it could be difficult to apply because it's hard to speak up to the person who's hating on other people, and especially when that person poses it kind of as a joke, and then you get into this position of the person who doesn't have a sense of humor or something, but it's actually really offensive. So it's really nice to know this, but I think it's still really hard to really do improvise situations.
Yeah, this doesn't solve everything. It's still a very complex thing. And actually, now you're confronted to hate speech, but very often if the hate speech doesn't have an outreach, as we've said, you can also just leave it there, ignore it, it's also a solution. It's just depends on the outreach of the rejection. Yeah.
I also think it's a difference if a person states hate speech against you personally or just in general, because if it affects you personally, it's very difficult to then try to make it unsaid or untrue because you might be really hurt or something. So I think it's easier if the person just states hate speech about something general and then you can try to argue against it.
That is very true. It's very difficult to use this kind of methods when you're like involved and affected by what was said, because there's like all this emotional strings within the speech.
People have already said that. I also just want to say, like, just the scenario looks like a general thing, maybe the person will speech. Maybe a good tool for at least de-escalation, if it was escalating in the first place.
I will just add, but I think maybe we've had the same thing as HR and well-being in Bern, that these tools that we give you are actually tools that we've used, I think, in the sections. Like, it's very useful to try to put the facts there and try to change the narrative a tiny bit to make it more understandable by both sides. So those are actually, even if they might not involve a direct hate speech that you see in this generic situations that we see, they're actually very applicable. So I really invite you to reflect on this. If you have a conflict between two people in your section, or if you have a campaign by one Erasmus about something, all this kind of situation, I invite you to reflect on how you can actually implement this, because I think they're not as obvious as we might think, but actually they can be used on. I don't know if you've used that as well.
Yes, I wanted to say that also, I mean, of course, then with hate speech is sometimes more difficult, but sometimes there are just two opinions which are different and it's not so clear that one is inherently wrong and the other inherently right. And so we also had some troubles in our section, and with the help of Arnaud, we also use this technique, which I think it's a very good change of narrative, that it's not one against the other. It's all the section against the problem. So the idea is that when there is a discussion, when there is disagreement, the disagreement is the problem. It's not the other person that is the problem, or the two factions that are the problem. There are no factions. It's just the section or the board that needs to work together to find a compromise together, to find a common point together against the problem. That was, for me, it's really an alternative narrative, and it's really a switch of mindset that was very, very helpful.
Thank you. I think it's a very interesting input to have, as input of a real situation from a real local section that you have. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, Aletta. Thank you to everybody for your active participation. You can put your own posts again. Now that's you can grab them. So thank you very much. I think you know what's coming now. Before lunch, can you do my feedback form? It's already on the. You can do it during lunch. So it's up to you. They're still doing the workshop in the way, so I don't know if the food is ready. You can. It's on yesterday's discussion. I like the link. That's super important. Thank you. Come back to back to the room. You make them wet. Come on, make them wet. What do you mean when you make them wet?
Là, j'ai une requête de Dana. Je vais te mettre sur notre utilise. Non. Yeah, run. I mean, don't walk. Don't run. Then I have to play.
Okay. Yeah, this is you can hear me clearly or not? Okay, perfect. So I hope you enjoyed your workshops. Now we will have lunch, but before we will announce the winners with the ranking of the social program of today. Ooh. After lunch, we meet again in the main room. We will finish lunch. Please, I will please be back at like 2:05. I will write it in case anyway. Yeah, and I'm just waiting on Isidore and has to come back to do the announcements. Lunch is in the breakfast room. I say breakfast, but you know what's right. It will be gnocchi with tomato sauce, if I'm not wrong. Take your Tupperware. Because we have cups and plates that it's once spin up if you go into a water. And yeah, is it ready?
Okay, I have two announcements. First, the family that won yesterday at the social program, and then about the lunch. So, are you ready?
I said gnocchi there.
Okay, no, because there is a distribution of the. So,
Price. What's the price?
the price is Avro Spritz with a potato. So you can have the last drink before coming back home, or you can, I don't know, you can decide how to do it. It's fine. So I will start with the family that arrived the last. I mean,
The 6 minutes.
I mean, it was difficult, I know, because some gesture was a little bit difficult to get, but you did all great, and I hope that you also learned something from Italian culture, the meanwhile. So the 6th place goes to Italian cats. You got 58 points.
I could have added 1 point. Yes.
69.
And
At the 5th place goes to Italian football. Okay, so football, the family had 85 points. The 4th place 87 and goes to okay, now we are at the last week. So I have to say that you have just really 2 points. And the 10th place goes to collect 89 points. Okay. Now the last 2, I have to say that you have just 1 point. So I will say who is going to win, because I mean, you know what is the second. So the winning family of the do you want to go and measure?
yes, she bribed.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. And we won. I won again. In a row. We done it.
It's a consecutive win.
Now that you're no longer trying let's see how you lost. I already told her.
I have the last now. For the lunch, we have a recyclable dish for you, so you can also check that. And in case this afternoon you can bring home some food with your Tupperware. We will have a stage with gnocchi and one stage for parmigiano and one stage for all other stuff. So please go take gnocchi, then go to parmigiano if you want, and then go to the other stage. So don't start inside because we have to go along. And yes, and enjoy. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's go. Quick.
You know,
I will hurt you if you leave.
Maintenant, je crois d'attendre. Wow, yes. Qu'est-ce que you just said you're leaving at 2.
I think I want it that way. You could at least start.
Yeah.
I know that it comes from the description.
Yeah, but it's
No, not that song, please. It's so depressing. Sure, the song is so fucking depressing.
Semi.
That's really the
Is that
When was sitting here, right? No sugar. Celine and Mary.
Look at us, I want it. No, I don't want to hear that song
I just want
Are we eating out?
Go outside.
Good job. You know how to go.
I told the same time, yes, I love your video. Are you in?
I just need.
Okay, I was. Just basic words.
You can sing a cappella.
Okay. No, but he forced me to bring it until Lugano.
The only thing I also play, it's
Really?
Over the rainbow.
No, I don't even. It's
Ring of fire.
I called it that song.
D'accord, ça va, parce que vraiment ça me stresse. Une corde, une.
You know, I played in orchestra. Not ukulele.
That would have been
I can play anything.
But
No, not ukulele. For many years. Many years.
Now I want to ESN band. I don't care.
I played I played at the Dallas Symphony Orchestra place. In US, yes. I love it. Like, this is my favorite song.
Falling in love. Like river flows, rolling to the sea. Darling, so it goes, someday. Next will be take my whole heart. Falling in love. Like a river flows, going to the sea. So it goes, some days are meant to be. Take my whole life. All around.
My favorite song.
Wow.
We made Elena cry.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Okay, now tell me why.
My favorite song.
Really? Thanks, really. You know, like with the choir, we did it in the beginning of the year.
I have a solo on it.
Why is this technical check out?
I don't know how to do that.
Because I was in the university in Geneva.
I don't know how.
Yeah, which one?
Years. The main one.
Ah, this is like just amateur thing.
The-
Look, Elena.
I went that way.
Yeah, in Geneva. In the main one, they always do the things at the Victoria Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And also at this church that is in
Saint-Georges.
Lancy.
Yeah.
Lancy.
I also sang at Victoria Hall.
Yeah.
As part of the.
Yeah, I applied for the order because it's always the last May. It's in Victoria Hall, so it's like sang there like 5 times.
So good.
God, I just when I arrived, I joined the choir. I love it. I also did the choir in the US. Female choir. Or they will be gone.
Can you record this? Hearts was apart, can reach you your heart. And you say that I want it that way. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a mistake. Now number 5, I don't ever want to hear you say that I want it that way.
Wait. Wait,
Way am I? Your fire, your white desire. Yes, I know it's too late, but I want it that way. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a mistake. Now number 5, I never want to hear you say I want it that way. I can see that we're falling apart the way that it used to be, yeah. No matter the distance, I want you to know that it's down inside of me. Fire, the one desire, fire, you are.
Don't wanna hear that.
Not a heartache. I wanna hear you say.
Si je joue pas toute seule à la
It's like I'm struggling.
I'll go one.
I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why Tell me. Tell me
And nothing but a mistake.
Tell me what
I will
say.
I want it that
Nee. Nee, that's fake.
Thank you. That was not our first time.
That's what she said. Il y a Jacob Banks qui vient. Jacob Banks. Et je sais pas, oui. Je sais pas où il va non plus, mais. Et il fait un open mic. Le mec, je peux le mettre? Oui. Donnez ça à vous. Ok.
I want
D'accord. Non, ça va, on a chanté et ça va. Sourire. Sourire.
Tu m'as pas vu de story? C'était pas volontaire.
Ah, oh, oh.
Don't go behind us. If you're not pushing the because we have liberal. Yeah, sorry.
Merci, hein.
I told Elena, ciao, ciao Akram. I told Elena we'll get it for that. Yeah, I do this and then I bring it. No, we have no.
That's good.
Yeah, probably. I just have to move this without. It's okay. I just have to let go.
But you can leave it. Like it's. Is it actually happy?
Twice next time. I need to eat.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Technically, we have enough time for gelato.
I cannot do that. Yesterday I was running, there was ice cream everywhere. Well, actually,
No ice cream.
we can go in small session.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I hope all the best.
Ти, до речі, перепитуєш вже другий раз. Ти, до речі, перепитуєш вже другий раз.
Я ж
Ну, та що, ти одна така на весь світ?
два.
Vediamo, vediamo. Va bene. Fai 30 benissimo. Lo metti qua. E tu le prese sei stato bravissimo. Non importa. No, no, lo volevo. Ok, sì. Sono quelli nuovi? Ah, sì, sì, no, sì. Vedremo cosa succede con quell'altro tempo. Vuoi in Napoli da dare? E vi devi dare prima che si rimangono tutti.
Devo già molto importante.
No, no, piano piano. Dai, quello è il mio posto lì. No?
Too much energy.
Excited about coffee.
I see.
You are my fire. I guess they moved. I moved it to the lunch, but I forgot to open.
Envoyez les photos sur la chaîne. Ah. Tu vas chanter? Tu vas jouer?
On chante une chose.
C'est ça la surprise du LV?
Donc,
Ah.
je ne sais même pas en dire. Non, la surprise du LV, c'est.
Okay. No time for singing.
No time for singing?
No time for singing. What do you want me to? Tell me.
Or
I don't know.
here, or you can, the rule is you can do whatever you want. I don't care what you're writing there.
You just said the wrong words.
Yes.
I don't care. And afterwards, can you give it to Cecilia?
Will do. One thing I write about, it's just.
Wait, are there like little plums of this?
Yeah. Okay.
Ça.
No, sorry.
Ça va trop galère avec.
Wait, is it when they're right, they're like slow?
Il y a une chanson particulière.
Le seul que je peux vraiment danser, c'est.
Ouais, ben celle-là. Oui, celle-là. So would you like the
Au début, c'est un peu long.
So they're all like chips like then you take it chips like that, put it into no.
Ça, je vais pas faire plein de choses.
I don't know, like, I know something similar to this that we did 5 years ago, it's like in Switzerland and Austria and stuff. But like just.
C'est très long.
Yeah. But is it sweet or like this? It's a bit more sweet. Yeah.
So
this one.
Au début, ouais.
This is
Tu
more
peux
like.
même aller genre plus avant, ça, comme ça. On commence direct.
Like, say generic with a weird accent.
Well, yeah, I'm just calling and completely different name. And we usually put some salt on it.
Yeah.
And immediately put salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's my name?
Yeah.
You have the one that we
Speakers, but it didn't stand.
It's not almonds.
Did you tell me Elena had that idea?
Well, I don't know it. I had to ask her too.
I have to ask her because if it's in our room, we can use this.
Yes.
I'm not just gonna take this.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Non, mais qu'on a les voting results. Okay. Merci beaucoup.
Je chasse.
Exactement.
Yeah.
Ciao, ciao.
That's okay.
It's average.
The size doesn't matter. How do you use it? Yeah. How you.
Why, yeah.
Yeah.
How do I write on this? Yeah, I know. It's.
Whatever you just sign it.
Yeah.
That's critical fact.
Yes.
Yes or not?
Yeah.
What is this for, by the way?
It's stickers.
Well, it makes sense. A lot of things make sense.
It's a challenge.
You should read it to me, I will never forget it. Come from mascot during that, during 10 mascot.
I take care of that man.
Oh, yeah.
I know it from Vienna. Yeah, 3 or 4 mascots there. Proud daddy with the max. I know in Ghana, I had only two. Yeah, because community gave me the mascot during the presentation. And yeah, at ETM, I had three. Roger, Rick, and Hector. But it's a route, but it's not easy. Like you cannot write a text like this.
They're really dangerous. I'm really proud of it.
First, tell me the rules of the mascot.
Yeah, think that. Because in the past, we just built like this from here. Like that. So now the whole section.
Honestly,
Yeah, I have one like.
That to say, my brother, this one is.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's up there. About it, you want the rules.
Yeah.
But just send me the mascot please. So I show.
The Italian ones, we don't have one for Greece and Italy. Each board has its own, and now they have.
The rules.
The rules, yeah, they are almost the same, but exactly.
Because if I.
So it's fine.
Okay, okay.
So this one, not saying.
Here, it doesn't look like this. But someone for a sexual need, it's not the same.
I don't know.
Like very.
People running, they say one, they start running or throwing mascots.
Okay.
So that we are kind of weird people. Giulio.
No. And you should. I have a coffee, so I'm happy. Yeah, my husband has to buy some coffee. That's a bit trouble. Yeah. We are not. What? Like alone. Yeah, it's a long thing.
Hallo, ja, nee, auch nicht. Ja, ich habe auch mal Gedanken gemacht. Und nach einem Jahr,
Take a part. I'll go right. Ah, missing my schnauzer.
Cioè dipende dal risultato. Poi dipende dal lavoro tuo. You're ready for you. Very much. Yeah. You want to try it?
I know. Every product they have on the market. What's not? You were not with that conversation. I was like, talking about this. The milk is pretty good, the crunchy one.
And the protein one that they have in the chocolate.
A volte io dico sempre che sarà il mio problema in fianco, io dopo Nadia la candidatura. And ever since I never, so this product really. Però Nadia was good. Now I'm like fan of
Then I would have done I should open the next suggestion with people. He wants a fuzzy MS.
Bravissimo, cioè per me no. E io la mia corso dare devo io ce l'ho ce l'ho a prossimo criticato. Invece io e Nadia l'avevamo fatti in macchina, lei quando mi ricordo che ma io ho fatto cambiare perché per me quello dovrei fare. Ma però adesso dico no, perché so quello che andrei a fare per quando ce la vado non è già fatto questo pesante. L'anno scorso lei già arrivava adesso che la prima scelta è sempre Però poi il percentuale, le cose che sto trovando con Franci, le condizioni dell'anima proprio la linea, io voglio l'idea che tu guarda su fare
Nell'altra storia.
Yeah, you should step up your game, Oliver. I think I would like 20-30
I was seriously friendly from the
I did. Okay, I'm not talking. Okay. We will have the response sessions. You can see. Okay, maybe put back on the screen. I am just looking for Yuli, as I don't see Yuli.
Yuli is changing. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Getting red.
Oh, yes, it's. This is what? Okay, technical, not Yuli. We'll go,
Wherever you want to go.
you go right to of the coffee. And then you just have to push the table so you can make some space. Okay, okay, everyone. Now we're good. Okay, maybe I show you the actual name of the thing. SADA, Sustainability During Exchange, will be in this room. Advocacy and institutional relationships with Julia will be in 8:20, same one than yesterday. Okay, you will be in the room where Julia you have your workshop, which is this one right here, 8:22, not 8:21. Arbitration within ESN will be done in Yas, and it will be done outside. And the yoga session with Yuli will be done right of the coffee break room. So yeah, like always, if you don't find your name, join one of them. And what time is it now? Please be back by please be done by 15:05. 3:05. 3:05, be back in this room and join the full session.
I hope that we have the same stuff.
Actually, I like the question. Do you want to do the energizer now, like the agenda, or after the small session? Do you approve the change to the, no, anyone object the change of agenda? Okay. Majority says no, so. Put it back, charge it. I will help you put it on there.
If you join yoga, bring a.
I don't have towel. Like my towel is this big. Did they give you? No.
In 5 minutes, off the coffee.
Yes.
You're required.
Yes. But then David, yes, I went. Putting it to the workshop, so it doesn't really apply. Okay, and now the MVP
This is a.
No, yes.
Okay. Russell? Yeah. You are not here? Okay. Yeah, so this is about the sustainability during mobility. Basically, I thought that in ESN Switzerland, it would be good if we promote to our international students how in a daily life you can be sustainable. It's not only about ESN doing stuff during events, but it's also trying to motivate them and show them that even though it's not their home here, they can still do things which are sustainable actions. And obviously the greatest impact we would have if we show them certain things. And when they go back home, they know what they can do different. So basically then they take away a few things to improve their way of living in a sustainable way. So yeah, one of the goals would be to have some outcomes that we can put in our yearly survival guide. It's mostly about presenting Switzerland, but the students read it before coming here. So then it will help them also to prepare on what they could do also before they even arrive, to make sure that they have some sustainable impact. So first of all, I would ask you to put yourself in the situation that you are now an exchange student here in Switzerland. And I just would like to gather like what areas or categories or topics you think the international students have the possibility to have sustainable actions. Maybe I did 3 categories. I wrote down some stuff. I just want to hear from you if you have maybe then additional things. But if you categorize it in the classical timeline of before exchange, during, and after, before coming to Switzerland, what do you think is something that you can think of?
Like transport.
Yes.
Like maybe depending on your home country, maybe not flying, but doing like train.
Yeah.
Where to buy some things that you might need.
Yes.
Example, I don't know, maybe you need some wires or things and you have no idea to buy them.
Like, in general, equipment.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe if you, for example, like need a winter jacket because you come from a warm country, you could also try to buy it secondhand, because you maybe won't use it for 1 month and then never again. Then you could just try to buy it secondhand or lend something.
And something that is quite a big thing here, I would say. Many people, especially those coming, like in my old section, we had a lot of people from South America. They were not even used to these temperatures. They don't own these kind of clothing, right? Okay, any other topic for before coming, actually? What do you think will be sustainable about
Maybe just health in general, like both mental and physical. Because when you're an exchange student, it might be hard psychologically for you. Also some physical troubles.
So, okay, now you're here. You organized your apartment, everything. What else can I do? I assume I am in a, doesn't matter if it's a student housing, I have my own apartment. I go to ESN trips. What are the things that I could consider?
Travel by rail, get a bike. I assume most can do that already because like you don't have a car, you don't have the money to rent a car. So.
Think about us in the apartment actually, because I had experienced the opposite problem. How to put it down, it was a mess. Yeah, I'll think that.
And how is it different to the Italian trade?
Most let's say student apartments in Italy, especially in southern Italy, are very old buildings. Very old, those windows don't shut the air, so all the heat goes out on the in winter and in summer of the country. So we have to think with the students because we provide them the housing. Let's say we have to think on how to at least have a chance for them to spare some money on this kind of expenses like building stuff, buying stuff to put near the windows, or suggest them when is the cheapest hour in the day when to use the appliances, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, maybe we like try local food and not like also for traditional effect, but for example, I know that with maybe some Chinese students we get like big packages from home, like Chinese food and stuff, and then it's also nice just to try out something new and not import everything.
By here, the imported food from back home, yes.
Yeah, or maybe something that grows here, you know, vegetables.
Any other topics about violent exchange?
I mean, maybe mindful of what kind of trips you do, or maybe ask ESN, like provide trips that have like a value for like sustainability. Maybe you do hikes where you can maybe see like glaciers and stuff. So it gets kind of into the mind of people.
like trips that are not, yeah, not the, for example, about consumption.
Yeah, I think most we can do is probably not have like a direct impact because no, like individual choice doesn't do that much unless the ESN exchange, you're even more limited. But I think we can educate the people. I think that's the most impact.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think when you go back home, something can be done?
I think maybe if the sustainability aspect was more important in the country you visited for your exchange, you can try to bring the values back home and maybe introduce them to your friends or family back home. And maybe if you want to visit friends you made during the exchange, you can again consider the way of transport you choose.
Yeah. Okay, so basically it covers what I wrote down here. Like I tried to, sorry, it's not so beautiful anymore, and it's like Pisa Tower, so I don't know. Anyway, so it's what you said. I think the only thing I would like to add, there was the waste and recycling part, which goes more or less into the housing topic, like everything related.
I think like educate them on the systems they have, like how does recycling work? When, as you said, when it's energy cheap, well, how should you maybe manage your apartment to try to keep it cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Switzerland, it's also very specific. Each town or each city have other rules, right? So, for example, basic thing, the sack that you buy to put your waste in, like the garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So there are cities where you need to buy the official ones. And for example, where I grew up, you have a sticker. So when you put away your garbage, you need to put the sticker on it. And this is all like knowledge. It's, I think in some sections you have the body system, for example, where things like this is very helpful. Because if you have like a big region, you cannot for every little town write down the rules, right? So that's why you have then local people to help you out. So I don't think it's literally everything that we would need to provide them. It's, I mean, small things can also be provided by the contact and interaction with, for example, the bodies or volunteers that they meet. So what I would like to do now, you already mentioned it somehow, but I have some post-its and I would like to have some like action points. So for example, we said about the travel, use sustainable transportation. But what other example can I do? For example, the food, like a specific one was about the local food, but is there also other things? For example, yeah, like the amount that you buy, etc. Like there are like many aspects that you can consider, and that is what I would like to elaborate a little bit now on these topics that we have here. So yeah, I will give you the sticky notes, and then you can, I mean, we are a small group, we also do together or in smaller groups that we write down some things that you, again, specifically also like in general, but also for Switzerland, have like tips. If you would talk to international student about this topic, what would you tell them? Like, what kind of like real action points would you tell them to say, listen, why don't you try to do this? So yeah, when will we need to be back? I have no idea about the time.
15 or yeah,
15:05. Yeah, we don't have too many activities, so
we'll just see, and at a certain point, we don't have any more things.
Ja.
Yeah. I mean, is it
Jetzt,
a
also,
water fountain? If you want water.
ja, es irgendwie nur das.
Ja.
Wir sollen das machen, das liegt. Ist irgendwie wert.
Aber ich weiß nicht, entweder du bist committed zum halt in der 24 Stunden zu fahren.
Oh, ja. Jetzt chill. Noch eine wenig große Piste, die 3 Stunden gelaufen. So, dann habe ich es. Ja. Weiß nicht, was mit der Jacke.
So muss es ja Spaß. Weißt du schon, sollen wir jetzt Beispiele nennen? Oder
Yes, you can also, when you did some of them, you can stick it to the bubble, so to
okay,
them
thank
like
you.
mind.
So examples of specific points.
Yes, yes. Because, I mean, for some topics, we maybe have like 1 or 2 points, but there are.
Aber es wird dann weißt du,
Like housing is a quite big topic.
sich
You can
eigentlich
have
eher
several points.
oder wenn du das Leben so und denkst,
You can put.
For ideas.
Yeah, that's why for me, the easiest is just like imagine like your life here and how it's different if you've been abroad, like. Because I think there was.
An exchange student here. So.
Okay. So
From Germany, so it's not that much different.
I mean, related some things are related. Okay. I'll be back.
Yeah. Waste recycling, recycling waste.
Eben, also was du kannst machen, das aber wir durch Recycling sehen, das schon machst, ist, dass dass es frier bleibt, warm bleibt. Also wenn ich so einen warmen Anfang überlegst du vielleicht nicht an irgendwas.
Ja.
Dann geht der
Ja, so lange jetzt werden wir gar nicht so konzipiert. Also ich weiß auch eigentlich.
Ja, das ist wahrscheinlich ziemlich teuer.
Man kann vielleicht so, wie man so Rezepte. Ich meine, ja, man kann das nice tun. Ja, das ist so. Man kann Rezepte zur Verfügung stellen und so. Die können halt einfach googeln. Das ist ja auch von Google-Rezepte. Aber es gibt ja auch Inspiration. Ach ja, das ja auch für dich machen, so genau begeben.
Ja, so. Ich nehme an, das ist eh schon, also dann eh eigentlich alles schwierig.
Ich glaube, da geht es mehr so.
Ja, also ich bin Zahlen, Gyms mehr auch. Also, kein Schlafwort, wir sind nicht so der Organizer. Wir müssen verkaufen. Da geht es nicht um, aber das ist glaube ich nicht so lange wie als Haus.
Ja, voll. Also ich habe dann immer gesagt,
Ja, wenn man doch nur gewusst
Ja.
Annexation of the lake. Ja,
Das ist
ja,
ja wieder sustainable. Also das wird sehr belastet.
ja. Ja, weil da hat man Flexion finde ich auch ganz wichtig. Dann stehen wir noch zu schneiden.
Ja,
Ja, der perfekt. Ich weiß nicht, in USA.
Generell. Das ist nur noch Schweiz. Musst du auch mal ja, das ist so der Preis. Das ist auch schon
Ja, jetzt ich weiß, was machen wird, das macht halt schon bei ihr.
Genau. Das ist sowieso, also ich finde gut, dass das Thema anfangen. Die nächste muss auserklären. Die schon ein gutes Kreuz. Wir schon mal, vor allem jetzt schon das Auto in den nächsten 3 Jahren, schon jetzt nur eigentlich.
Ja, ich will nicht schlimm.
Ja.
Das pusht einfach wieder das die Frage übergehen muss. Das stimmt.
Steht da neben, steht da Furniture. Ah, ich gucke, das ist zu Hause. Ah, vielleicht ist das
Was das eben aus Öl habe ich mega gut. Das ist nicht gut, das ist das Zeug.
Das ist Space. Ist mir egal. Mit den Schwierigkeiten. Ja, aber das ist natürlich falsch. Das ist absolut alles wieder. Aber vielleicht beim Essen. Also dieses in dem Laden kannst du
Nein, gibt's nicht. Also,
nichts auf.
das Problem hat die Schweizer alles schon, kein E-Mail schon. Alles CO2 von den Nutzungszahlen. Und und andere schaffen alles das zu aber ÖV ist extrem gut, dann alles schaffen das zu. Aber sich nicht so, wir haben schon immer machen. Ja.
Ja, weiß man nicht, aber dann halt alles irgendwie perfekt oder kann es ja auch betreiben, also
Ja, ich würde sagen, gemacht damit.
Ja. Das sind so Preisen, das
Also man ist immer der Tisch gesessen. Ja,
ich bin jetzt gar nicht sicher viel mehr.
ich weiß nicht, wie lange wir alles reden.
Ja, ich werde jetzt.
Ah, voll, ja. Links vor. Vor Stockholm. Ja.
Du bist ja gerade mit dem Zug gar nicht voll.
Nein, das fand ich ganz super.
Ja.
Ja, das ist schwierig. Ja, also ich glaube auch, wenn ich alles eigentlich schwierig und mit 2 Konferenzen, das ist natürlich das eine da.
Ja, also mindestens 12 das stimmt schon.
Ja.
Das stimmt. Und zurück bin ich mit dem Zug, wenn ich halt nicht das haben wir die ganze Monat gerechnet.
Ja.
Aber
hat nicht die ganze Zeit mitgeschlagen.
Nein, ich habe dann mit der Tante mit
Ah, ja.
Aber jetzt ist die Mitgliedschaft
Ich habe sogar Ich habe so woher wissen, dass da nicht kann und dann kann ich mega praktisch. Monat.
Ja, ganz gerne mit der genau. War das jetzt ein Bild? Ja, die Nacht so mit
Naja, also meine Hauptbekannten sind einfach auf dem Bus nach Oslo.
Heißen? Das heißt wieder auch was wie das heißt schon, dass wir heißen. Und wenn ich habe das selber gemacht, weil ich in die Schweiz. Aber denke ich, macht man so. Aber ja, ist das richtig?
Ja, das ist richtig wild. Das ist wo jetzt gesehen. Richtig in England.
Wir müssen mal die Grenze machen. Mit einer Freundin unterwegs ja, in England. Wir sind aus einem bestimmten Grund irgendwie in Wales, aber das war nicht auf dem Weg. Das wollte der Vater was sein lassen.
Ja.
Aber den werde ich nicht gerne setzen.
Ich habe mal gesehen, es geht eigentlich zu sehen. Ich hatte vorhin nichts vorbereitet. Ja, ich werde über Nacht, also ich bin gefahren. Ich weiß doch nicht. Irgendwo in der Mitte. Nö, aber. Dann über Nacht. Stockholm.
Nachher. Und dann ganz rechts. Ja,
ja, so irgendwie, also ich glaube, ich will es nicht machen. Wenn du auf dem Weg Ziel hast, ja, aber ich glaube, also so bis mit Dänemark und so, ja, aber irgendwie wieder nach Norwegen, Schweden und würde ich es wahrscheinlich nicht. Das ist in der Stunde. Oder also 24 Stunden.
Ja.
Nimmst du Nachtzug bis Hamburg und dann fast zwischen Morgen und Hamburg und dann kommst du im vernünftigen Zeit überall so an.
Weißt du, ich finde halt, wenn es entweder Waffenzug, weil es überschmackt, also alles echt. Ich ist ja schön, aber wenn ihr Wagen auch schon mit macht, dann ist halt alles so.
Ja, aber gut. Wenn jetzt Interrail hat, dann wird das
ja. Echt? Ja, schon gekauft. Das ist so
ja, also ich bin nach Bergen und bin ich nach Hamburg, dann in Dänemark irgendwo nach Hagen. Und dann
das GDG. Ja.
GDG. Und das ist
Der
nach Hamburg und dann
ja. Das ist cool. Und wenn der Making the Party Show, der sieht voll auf dieser Ton. Dann, ja, genau, ich habe von Colin.
Doch, so lange man nicht gehört, ja.
Das
ist halt nicht diese Qualität eigentlich hart. Das ist alles so am Arsch, wenn ich halt da bin.
Ich muss gerne, ich bin jetzt so, weil ich 16 wenn jetzt im Stadtfilm kam, das ist uns auch
ja.
Aber ja, stimmt jetzt mehr, das ist ja nicht.
Nein, schon. Aber ich bin immer voll. Ich bin sowieso interessiert, jetzt dann wird mir was anderes erklärt.
Ja. Das ist auch was für einen
Do you need more time or do you have more or less everything that you were thinking of? It's good?
Yeah.
Good. You put all the stickers? That's all?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, then let's start with before coming. Consider the plane and train travel. If you cannot avoid the plane, you can take a shorter flight to major airport and continue by train. I think that's a good input. Also, what is more sustainable if you need to take the plane, but is often unfortunately more costly, is direct flights because you're not flying around too much. But depending on where you are going, it can be a big difference to price. So that's like, I would say a nice to have, because usually don't have them too much money, depending from where it can be. For accommodation, I put down to inform yourself about available furniture or equipment. So that way you can already bring some things from home. If you don't have any bed sheets there or something like this, you don't need to organize it there. So yeah, I mean, I made this experience myself. Or for example, Airbnbs is also like, you never know what you, then it's a pity if you need to buy stuff just because you couldn't get it or you didn't know. Then for luggage, we have buy secondhand clothes, ESN student equipment. I think that's a very good input. Here, one thing I can think of is, for example, inform the students in the local city about possible markets or secondhand stores where they can get the stuff from. And also, if they have a buddy, inform yourself beforehand about the temperatures that we'll expect to Switzerland, especially in the autumn semester. So this is also something, but I'm assuming this is also then the ESN would need to do out of like initiative, or we write it in the guide and say, it's getting very cold, especially if you go to the mountains. I think very good practice, but it's a lot of effort to organize when you do a skiing trip. Not everyone has skiing clothes, you cannot go skiing with jeans. So some ask the buddy, or we have like a list where you write down what you need, and someone can then check and say, okay, I can lend you this. But it's, I mean, if you do the ski trip with 80 exchange students and let's say 90% of them need something, it's like a lot of people that you need to cover all the stuff. Yes?
Yeah, I just also thought about maybe like if students buy something when they come here, ESN could also like offer a space to store things that new exchange students can again like kind of use these things, or maybe like buy them from before exchange students, and then you could use them. Yeah.
Is it example for that? We have like we support like ski prices, so like students also can buy from the former exchange students, like
yeah, I see.
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's cool because it's cheaper, it's already there, and you can use it.
Where do you store the things?
And usually it's just when the students use it.
Okay, they just exchange it right here. Yeah.
But how do you establish the contact between the previous and the next exchange student?
Yeah. So first of all, we have like it's a bit with a company. They also like really are specialized in it, but we like invite everyone to it. So just sending it into a telephone group, and everyone will be interested in it. Yeah, saying they have the opportunity, like also this is below secondhand devices in the language.
Yeah, I remember in my exchange we had like a Facebook
group where the students just themselves posted the things that they left and the others could buy it. The only problem was during the summer semester, there was no place to store it because the university didn't want to take it and ESN obviously didn't want to take all the stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of a like thing you have to organize, but yeah.
Especially with the summer.
Yeah.
Good. When you travel during your exchange. So this means like commuting in the city, but also going on trips. We have the bike and public transportation and remote trains. I think this is very easy because when you check the connections, you will always see Switzerland has such a good system. You can get almost everywhere with public transport. So yeah.
Yeah, also what we thought about promoting that in Switzerland, it's clear that you take trains, but not also go like see other sites in Europe, and then probably the first one is to fly there. And there's a lot of people that don't know, like for example, that Interrail is a thing, and promote that.
That's what I put down here because many students, when they enter semester, they travel around, or also during the semester if they have time. And then Interrail is a good thing. Or for example, if you're traveling home and it's a very long trip by train, and then you can obviously make a trip out of it by staying in some cities and have a few days trip, but still travel in a sustainable way. What I put down to promote the train is to inform them about railway deals, because the transportation in Switzerland is quite expensive. So we had exchange students, for them it was cheaper to rent a car than actually take the train. Because I mean, if you have no discount, you go from Zurich to Bern, you spend almost 100 francs for both ways. So that's why they are always looking for those deals. And I think as a local student or like as ESNers, it's very helpful for them to tell them, listen, for example, there is they have special deals which are reoccurring, like you can buy all the year if you like care about it. There are certain days where you can get the very cheap tickets, or like if you book in advance, like the Super Saver ticket and stuff like this. So to make them more aware about this kind of discount, that's also something that I noticed that because they are ready to travel by train. It's just when they see that they can save money, they will just do it otherwise. Yeah, then we go to the topic of waste and recycling. There is nothing on it. Oh no, wait, this is for housing. This is also. Yeah.
I think it's in housing, the waste and recycling.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, then let's do the housing part. Save energy and water, close windows when heater is on. Yeah, I'm not sure if everyone is aware of this. So I think it's good to mention it. Education about heating for people from warm countries. Yes, I think this can also be just part of a guide, basically, if you have like these general points. And buy, resell, secondhand, clothes, kitchen equipment, furniture, etc. Yeah, this goes into the whole topic of secondhand buying stuff. Then this one, educational ESN trips, is like, to which category for this one?
None of the categories.
None of the categories, okay.
Yeah, as I said before, like to maybe like trips to glaciers, and you can see how like got smaller or whatever to have. Yeah, to just make people aware.
Yeah. And also classic one for sustainability is actually raising awareness by, for example, doing hikes in combination with like cleanup activities, so that you say, hey,
Please be aware this is the nature, and we will do some volunteering basically and do some cleanups while we are on the hike, for example, or if we visit a lake or whatever. Then you are like actively really making the topic of sustainability the theme of this event, right? So this is then really to make them well aware. Okay, now for food. Buy groceries at the local market. I think this is clear. Share the expenses for food to avoid waste. Yes, this, I mean, makes sense. Most of them live sometimes together, and then you can also buy like the big packages to save money. But obviously, if you live alone, then it's more food waste. So that's why it makes sense for these kind of like student housings and everything. Reusable water, a bottle with to use tap water and water fountains. I think this is an important thing. There are some exchange students, they go home and they didn't know that they could drink the tap water in Switzerland. And I mean, it's really, there wasn't a town where the water wasn't nice from the tap. It's so good quality, and it's really helpful to make them aware that, I mean, if you are outside in a mountain, they will write it if it's not drinking water. So yeah. Cook for yourself or go to cafeteria instead of fast food.
Fast food / to go foods.
To go food, yeah.
Because like, for example, salad can also impact a lot of plastic.
Yeah. I have one related to this because I met students who say, I don't cook. I'm too lazy. I cannot.
So relatable.
Yeah. And in Switzerland, one thing which is very good is the too good to go thing. Yeah. So this, yeah, I mean, they are saving food. It is cheap and they don't need to cook. There are many advantages, but you need to know a little bit. Also, if you live in a rural area, you have it less. Like it's, but I mean, most of the exchanges happen near to a city, so I think it's covered. For ESNers, avoid single-use cutlery and small feet to rent reusable cutlery. Yeah, this is also a good point that you.
We do that in my section.
Yeah.
Basically, we had this huge problem of single-use cutlery. 1 year we tried to get rid of it, but it didn't work because people stopped attending the parties mostly. So we introduced the renty thing, but people still prefer just pay and that the cup and then pay for another one. So we added this other thing that no matter what you do, if you rent the cup, let's say, you always get back 80% of the money. So the aim was not renting the stuff, but making them bring their own stuff. And we saw that if you pickpocket their wallets, that works. So that was the whole idea behind it.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I think that's it. Here I put down for reselling your furniture, but that's what we mentioned earlier, is like getting in contact with like the previous students who lived there to maybe resell the things. And then raising awareness is something that applies to all stages. But I think from my point of view, you can do it mostly by pointing out these things that we discussed. And also then obviously showing it while having events, then something that is like present in the mind of the students, because I think that you have a sustainable impact. For example, a person didn't do recycling before. Now they learned how to do the recycling, they go back to learn how it works in their country. They will only do it if during their mobility they got convinced that it's a good cause, and that's why I think trying to do the best
during all these stages. At the end, it's an individual decision how you want to live, but at least ESN is having an impact. And even if they do one thing better than before, it's always a win, because then they tell their parents, hey mom, we should not do this. And then it's useful. So yeah, that's my plan. I mean, I'm in not less than 1 hour, I'm not project manager anymore. So my idea was that in this arrival guide, we put some of the things, especially the basics, like the traveling, recycling, etc. But I mean, you can also take it to your section and see then, okay, what can we do during our events? Because at the end, it's if you write it once in a guide, they will not remember it. Maybe they don't even read it. And that's also something I'm currently not sure about. If you have a 20 pages guides before you go in exchange, do you read everything?
With the students, we tell all this stuff during the welcome week.
Okay.
So at the welcome conference, at the end of the welcome conference, we say, okay, in our events, we do the cup things. Or if you want to drink water, you can use the tap water. Like we set them out always on the welcome conference, because we are sure that at least we can make sure that on the day they are all listening to us. On the second day, everybody will already pay attention to something else. But on the very first day is when we have the highest chance to raise attention.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, also in Zurich this semester in the welcome week, we had a speech from a guy who he had tips to how to save money in Switzerland, or in Zurich especially. And it was very appreciated by the students, and I could imagine that next semester we will just have like another speech from someone else who just promotes these things, because sometimes you forget, that it's not like just self-explanatory to drink the tap water, for example. And in that, I also think you have to do it on the first day, or maybe in the first week, because after that, students won't have the attention anymore of them.
Yeah, understood. But that's cool about the speech on health, because at the end, saving money is also often related to sustainable stuff, right?
Yeah, we also had the Too Good To Go, I think, for example, in that presentation. And
yeah, okay, good. Let me check. It's already 3. I thought like I will not keep you busy for so long, but so yeah.
Actually, we also use I remember to go to our regional training event.
Yeah.
We had 40 attendants, and one of the meals was with them. So we contact them beforehand. We said, okay, just save whatever you can get. We need the meals for 40 people on the last day. So even if 2-3 days food, then it's still good. We just gather it and we will take it on the last day.
Yeah, that's also good. Here, I'm not sure that in certain cities it's easier than in others. Like a city where it works very good is Lucerne. When we had some events now in the past there, and they did it quite well. Also with old bread from the bakery that's from the next day, they put it there. So yeah, the only thing that I want to give to you, maybe you already know it, but there is like the Green Erasmus, which also covers this topic. So if you want to, because we don't have the time, and you can go on the website and go through these topics, and it covers a bit what we talked about. But just if you want to have more ideas, I think there is also a quiz, but I didn't get it. Like there was a game.
Yeah, because we applied for the local phase. And,
Yeah.
But I know about the quiz, but I wasn't able to find it actually.
Yeah. So, but the local phase is happening?
It's finished already.
It's finished, yeah.
Now it's the reporting phase.
Yeah, but to have like resources, they did the website very nice. So you can have a look at it and see if there is something nice you can do in your section. Okay, good. Yeah, that was it. You have 5 minutes of break. And yeah, then the last part of Davis.
Oh, that's not what I want. I think I'm past the point where I'm tired. I'm just.
I think so. I'm told. Everything else.
If you don't want me to vomit on you.
But yeah, it's probably, I'm not waking up.
Sometimes we're a bit too deep. It's also not
But what if I can energize the?
What is some?
Results are much better than. Very important.
Then I would probably not come. No, because what he said.
Ah.
I told him, I told him there's a course now. Wait, but we will not like, we will not. Yeah, it's fine. Johnny will come. Sorry.
It's like sometimes like together and then the next time.
No, and I love you so much. You're the most.
I really want to.
Blah, 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 blah. You can. I think
Realize that. The pieces sleep anyways.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
only 2 hours. Thank you.
I didn't have time to buy you a sugar cube.
Oh, don't worry about it.
But I'll write you when I go to Rotterdam.
Write me a message. I was.
Maybe well.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
Oh, no, now. No. Yeah, leave it with that.
How do I need to do it?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Don't breathe.
only have two more slides. Then I have to put them in and I don't know. I will. Okay, this taking place again. I am tired of this, don't make me repeat myself too much.
I'm not about, but I know.
That's here or miniature?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Are you ready for the energizer?
Yeah.
I would like to invite Axel to come up. And for those a bit more annoying to the next, you know what's on the
People who got upset.
Okay, please, everyone, stand up. Make a little space, stop finding confused. A little stretching. Everyone, are you ready?
Sending out an invitation to everyone in every nation. Don't sleep, get on the run. Stop thinking and jump on. Stamp on the ground. Jump, 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 jump. Move it all around. Jet, jet around. Stamp on the ground. Jump, 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 jump. Move it all around. Jumping all around. Stamp on the ground. Jump, 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 jump. I'm enjoying a love relation. I feel the heat.
Change it.
Are you feeling a bit more energetic? Not everyone at the same time, please. Ready? Are you ready, yes? Okay. You have been patient. I don't need others. I'm stop. Okay, I stop. I'm running out. Okay, since we have 2 votes today, secret votes, we will announce the results now. The first one is, do you elect Laura Sofia Franke as advisory council? Drum roll, please. Yes, not here. Next one, do you elect Lucia Leone as main chair for everyone? We have a CP and a place to go anyone, which I'm very grateful for. Now we actually have to do a last vote, so I will ask the scrutinizers to come to the front. And also the whole board member. Your time has come. Your liberty is come. National level 2020.
All national level, all of you.
All the national level, we don't want to the board with it.
No, you are not.
We did it.
So
tight.
Don't give in.
I would like silence, please. Do you accept to release the board? National level, yes, it's with the board NB board 2020 to 2023. Raise your voting device for yes. Oof.
Can you imagine what would have happened?
Yeah, because what is this? Sangal left, by the way, so they can't vote anymore.
Bye, Sangal.
For yes.
It's body system.
Raise for no. Raise for today.
Come on.
Because you okay, rectification, it's 9 yes, even though 1 abstain and Sangal. So now I would like to officially drum roll, please.
Wait. A bit of number plan, I'm sorry, but I have a small presentation for the national level. All right, I'm gonna do it in the order. This one. I'm gonna do it by name. You read?
Right, now, yeah, I'm gonna do the networking cards. I don't know, is it Esther? You get, because you're caring. You're caring about the network.
Oh, dear.
It's flushed already. No problem.
What about?
Okay, now, the education you. Oh, yeah.
You go for it.
You go there, you go there, you go there. So there is it's different. Oh, check. It's two different yeah, two different presents. One for David. As you've seen, David has been taking a lot of pictures for like half a year, I think, at least. So what he gets is a bubble camera.
And for minutes, what does it get?
And because the education team has been doing a lot of things about mobility, internationalization, etc., but they're also both of them doing a when you're stressed, always you've been doing a lot for internationalization, and you have a globe stress ball. And because both of them, you wear glasses at some point, yes. And when you don't wear contact lenses. So because they need to also see the world when they're working on their PhD, you also get a small globe, microfiber towel, whatever it is. I can be GDG. Project and causes team, Sarah, because project management, etc., is all about planning ahead, etc. I have a little nice notebook for you. It's a scratch pad, which is definitely made for planning. It's with the little dots. For those who like to do scrapbooking, you know that notebooks with dots are the best. Yes. I'm gonna be very honest. Dana, I forgot to I have the lecture, but I don't. I just realized that I don't have it.
Here, we care for you.
Finance team, final one. I mean, Badis is not here, so yeah.
You can take this.
Give it to Dana. Yeah. You get something special. I don't know if you want to open it because it's quite yeah.
It's a lot of money.
You're
It's like that. No,
it's not money because so oh God.
We're so friends. It's a little person.
You want to come here, yeah? Yeah, asking for a bag. From ESN, so yes. The board is released, sorry. Oh, sorry. I want to thank Dana. I am very sorry that I forgot to. We advised. So at least you get the card first, and then I'll give you the.
You don't need to.
Yeah. Oh, I know already. The gift is already bought, so yeah, you'll have to just put it on the budget.
I mean, after the market.
But yeah, I want to thank everyone for their commitment to ESN Switzerland and to the sections. I hope that we have had a good year with you. It was, at least like speaking on behalf of the national level, I think it was an honor to be part of the national level, serving this network. I'm gonna be very blunt, the best network in international guests. Yes. But I mean, you've seen it at international level, on the international level, in international events. This Swiss delegation is amazing over and over again. So I can tell you that the Swiss network is very special. And again, it was an honor serving this network. Thank you very much.
I think we forgot one.
Yes.
Maybe I can do it, or
Yes.
no, you want to do it?
What?
Or here. Yes, please take stage in the middle.
Yes.
I can tell you, I don't have a surprise for you, but I think we need to take a moment to thank you for all your commitment to ESN. You have brought so much to the network, be it for your project with sustainability, be it for the education, be it for just, well, you have seen, like I said, at EGM Switzerland, best section, by the way. Best section. The loudest maybe also. This is in a good chunk, I cannot speak it. This is in a good part thanks to you. We, again, like I said, it's gonna be very weird to not have you as president. Because you, for me, you are the president of ESN Switzerland.
Oh, absolutely.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, it's true. So yes, once again, I think I can speak for everyone. Thank you for all the amazing work you did. Thank you for your commitment. And I hope that everything you will do in the future will go great because you are a good person and you deserve it.
Yeah, you have been working with him for
way too
long.
Yes. No, first of all, I don't prepare anything for the fact that we're gonna still work together. We already have plans for next day. We already have with many things, so that we know next. But in general, 2 long mandates, very stressful ones for most of the time. First year better, second year not so well, not so great. But no, it was good, and with it was you, me, Laura, and I mean, we're not sure we should have gone for the second one, but we went anyways, and we tried to make it good as possible. And I think it's but looking at here, like the room and everything that happened, I think also EGM was a little bit like how you say in English, like una conquista for me and for everyone, for us, and we see like all the people that we brought, everything that we did. So it was but you will get your presents and your cards and everything soon, because anyways, I mean, are we done yet? Not really. Am I going from one board out and stepping into another one? So
she's the crazy one.
Yes. And we will see what we do next internationally, hopefully. As we know, there might be a position open internationally soon, very soon. That we've been dreaming of. Yes, it's been dreaming of for long. So we will see what happens. Yes, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Well,
No, I really like to take the words to thanks apart from Yas that we worked together in the last year now, and it was really a great pleasure to stay with you and David internationally, national. I want to thank other two people that maybe someone cannot expect that I will thank, but are the people and the reason why I'm here. That are Dana and Elena. Because Elena came as international guest to the National Platform of Milan in 2021, and it was held in my university, and I was her buddy.
Yes.
And we had a great relationship in that NA. And after that, we still kept in contact, and she told me, "Well, why don't you come to Switzerland? Come on, you are living in Lugano. You should apply for a position in Switzerland." And then Dana, because during our Educom Erasmus Upgrade was the first event ever back after pandemic in Brussels, and by chance, like we met here in Lugano during the NA Lugano of 2021, and he approached me, he wrote me, "Hey, would you like to be made in the same room? Because I don't know anyone, so if you want, we can stay together." And happened to be like there together in the same room, and then I discovered this amazing board. I'm really proud to have represented ESN Switzerland this year all over ESN World events. And thank you for having us here. And I hope to have a nice, again, another here with the World National level. Thank you very much.
Okay, I take back control.
No, you
Don't take the main chapel. Oh, we have a surprise. I would like. Yes. Actually, I just have to add it. No, I have to add it. Yes. Oh. Yes, there you open the link. Oh, you don't have access. Technical difficulties. Basically, to introduce you what I'm doing is that I'm very bad. I'm very bad at Insta, and as Yas said, I started doing features, a lot of them. Way too many. I have to be honest with you. I counted the picture I've done since EGL, since I'm wearing my camera, we are around 3,000 pictures. So EGL is 2 months ago. There.
Yes.
Okay. And also, as it's the end of the year, end of mandate, we believe we can do some little retrospective of the year. And that's why I'm proposing you a little surprise, and already you can open it now. Because she has not access, because he's not accessing with ESN Switzerland email, as all Michelle should do, and she's accessing with his own email. I'm gonna just can you open there and show? Maybe a good idea to do that. Yes. I don't know how much. No. Okay.
You lost it.
So we see there a little surprised by us national board, but actually we all know it's not going to be national. I might be sorry in advance for some stuff going to happen, but you know that I'm not really sorry. How we ended up here, basically, I asked for a presentation. This person accepted. This was from EGM. And this person approved. We started with a good tree, and all the others did not complain about it.
We didn't know.
That's a surprise. So yes, I want to go back in time because the mandate started at this moment. There at Ooster, back 1 year ago in Zurich, organized by Zurich and Literature. It was a very nice NA. There was elected with Yuri and with Sandra. That was amazing. And since then we did a lot of stuff. I had to choose memories, so I'm going straight forward to the first event, which is Community Weekend, where you can see we always love to dance. Some people in the picture, I will not say the school, there is three. We love taking pictures in the toilets. You might see this is the first one, maybe not the last. Yes, one from ESN Lutzer has a very nice skills of having nice faces. Mathieu, actual president of ESN Ibero, not for long, likes to get to eat and bubbles. Maybe the is not fit for Mary. And we have a lot of fun playing around Cecilia person. And yes, we have to learn how we asked to teach how we wear pullover. Then I love Sil, Arnaud too, that makes a good point of comment for next Monday. Simon, explain it. I cannot. Sometimes we stand on the ground maybe sometimes has a gas on it. And we like to fit in boxes. Some people are better at it than others. Here, Simon, very, average one. Nicola from Literature, not. Yes, very good actually. And the others, I don't recognize from. Also, we had an NA in Scandinavia, so Lausanne. And Schneb, our second advisory council member, drinks beers a bit strangely. But we had a lot of fun, we had a lot of people coming there, people from the Netherlands, people also. But I'm sure great words from Sweden, so basically, I don't know what's happening. Matthew again likes eggs. I don't need to explain his pictures, and we have also a good, how do I say, energizer. The same.
It's the same.
Exactly the same.
The Teletubbies of Italy.
There we have 4 people dancing, 4 Italian cultural-based people. All of them have the colors of the Teletubbies.
No, it was the Teletubbies color.
Yeah, it was the Teletubbies. We had amazing stuff. For example, we have Barbara looking at Yas very centrally because she wanted to take the microphone back. Haga, who says she doesn't like hugs, and Barbara too hug Laura very passionately. That's we want to remind. We also had a great time with mascots. Oh, a buzz of mascots. And also, as you might see there, there is a mascot from ESN Zurich. Probably this was done in the integration with ESN Geneva. Also, we had the evening, we had a lot of fun, a lot of costumes, and Cecilia sometimes needs to sleep. And this was the people there at Lausanne. Now we move to another event. That was not part of.
My God.
So I asked for a picture. I saw the picture, everything that was available for me. So basically, I asked for the OC. Next vice president. We have a beautiful team. There we have the team at Galaim, not the Gala.
Halloween evening. And we have Felix and Ines, there Felix, financial editor, Ines, next by very scary people. We are scared of the sea because we are Swiss people and we don't know how waves go.
It's like the jumping.
Yes, Axel is sacrificing Dana.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening there. Felix is receiving some kind of enchantment, but Swiss people was a great delegation. I knew that, and I've seen a lot of people having fun. Also, mascots talking with Dutch people. Oh yeah, Julian there as a skeleton, but a bit tiny because I have to use place to make scare of that cloud. The vice chair of the OC told me that I'm scared of clouds now. I'm sorry, Felix. I'm sorry, Kiela. But this was web with amazing people, amazing delegation, and these people were so happy at the end. And we have also another event, a national event. I'm coming back to Switzerland, where there is a place there, chaos. I don't know what happened there.
It's in Baden.
Huh? It's in Baden, yes. It's Baden. Yes. We also dance a lot again with Lucia showing us the moves and Arno judging. Alexandra, former section manager, always taking pictures in a comfortable position. I will not say that I think she is cheating, but that's the main position. We also carry each other when we have difficulties. For example, in college.
Always on the ground for something.
Don't ask me why Yas is there. Yes, and we always love pictures in the toilets. Also, 2020 arrives to an end, so I have a photo done because I didn't know where we can put this. We had serious pictures. For example, there at the Swisscom meeting with Juan, David, Dave, at Swisscom meeting with Chantal, working now at Swisscom, and also there the president meeting to remember you that you've done amazing stuff. Some people made amazing visits. These are 3 visits Arno made last semester. Again, huge congrats to Arno because he made all 14 section visits. It's not only he has done that in 8 weeks, which is crazy, which is insane. But also he has beer swimming, so that's what better. Cecilia there, always showing a nice smile. This was in Willisau, if I'm not sure if I remember correctly, and also had a party with Arno somewhere in Lausanne. I don't remember why I have this picture. But yes, 2023 is over. We have 2023. We're again community weekend with Juan always having beautiful faces. With Cecilia showing Akran phone, I don't know what.
You know what he's showing? You don't want to know.
Oh wait, it was the app about poop.
Yes.
Don't ask me why he has that app. Also, we had a few strange pictures. Don't ask me why. Yeah, now I'm taking over cameras, as you might see. This is the camera from ESN Switzerland. Also, I got accepted into Italian delegation with Sofia too for a moment, and we watched Sanremo show, which made me a great introduction to the culture. We had a lot of workshops, we discussed a lot, we learned a lot, and also people from this is Claudia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she looks very scared or very surprised by something. Then Heribert in Zurich, we have a nice view with all the delegation and also the beautiful people there.
That is.
Yes, that's one of the best videos we had actually. Then we have the Disney. So we went to Disney Park. No, we went to Richard, where Coco got a little problem and got back to their parents. We have a lot of mascots, have you seen, including one from Tumi, so from Munich. Dana is but still enjoyable. I just wanted to say that. We have also Electra trying to listening and try to focus, and Mary failing at that. We discovered that Oliver got accepted as a treasure and got convinced to be treasure because his family was kept as hostage, as the email there is written. So basically, Elena students now. And we have the national board elected there, which we were very happy to have it full back in Switzerland. But to say only that it's a social park with drink beers. Le Trim is not there because he would be very funny with this picture, drinking and wondering why am I taking that picture. We also have, yeah, Mathieu, please, why? But also with our guests in Ratatouille, we have a wedding with Juliana there and with Nicola from Vita2. I don't know what happened there. I was watching the food, but was very good. Why am I doing that face? I have no idea. Also, Dina, sorry she's not there. Oliver, also you are there. You have a very strange face in this picture. I will show it to them you later. And this one is a nice picture of Yas. Impossible. But Axel wanted to kill someone in this picture. Who was it? I don't know. I have no idea. Normally now it's me. But now we come to the funny part because EGM arrives and I bought myself a camera. And a camera should never be with an education office. You should know. Because we have Bucharest with Zoe. Zoe, next national event manager, always smiling, always having beautiful faces. We have also their nice delegation having fun with the waving flags. Dina, again from Neuchâtel, they're a bit lost as way too often. We have there. So no, not really. We have Agathe from Geneva, but I want to point out that for some people taking care of the sections is very, very complicated. No, there is fed up of taking care of Geneva. Oops, not yet. Okay, you do this. We have now again this person there. I love him, but he has so many potential. And we have Cecilia not hiding the European Union logo, of course, because Switzerland. We have Jonas proudly holding the mascot that he will be the father, with a bit of Nicola Lost and Cyril also from Winterthur helping to the mobility fair. We have tons of hugs. I don't know who is the staff member from Bucharest, but they like to enjoy hugging. Oh yeah, Julian, you are there. I got you. Just tell you. Yes. And also there we have our officially grandpa coordinator, alumni coordinator, David a bit lost. Ines also completely lost. Then again, we have a lot of fun. Actually, Juan becoming how do you say, a furniture to hold for pictures. Yes, lot of faces. Yes. Arnaud made a very good speech at the end. Elena, I don't know what you're saying, but Cecilia looks Italian gesture. But Cecilia looks very scared. I want to beat your ass. Julian, again, because this picture could be over and over and over. Also, this is the team. As you may see, I am not tactic with sushi. Does not like depression.
Wait, do people know the reference? Tacos and sushi. The tacos and sushi videos.
We will send
it. Thank you.
Don't forget the huge love story. I know I have to send this picture to someone else. Yes, I send this picture to someone else. I will not tell who, yes. This is again someone holding for Adams, Vice President for Network and Development, and Esther, a very good friend from Hungary, treasure, an amazing person. Yes, always stay strange ways, but we're getting used to that. We have also a special guest here. John.
John is not here.
John deserving huge congratulations because he's helping a lot mentally, emotionally.
Mentally, for sure.
Our former treasurer.
Yes, thank you.
And she was there at EGM, not as participant, as watcher. Yes, and we have to ask always, if you ask him why he doesn't voice anymore, give him that, and he will lose it again. Please don't. Yeah. Again, we had as you might notice, Julian was taking pictures with people, a lot of people, a lot of strange people, a lot of strange pictures. Again, because he wanted to take a picture with everyone. Again. Attempt murdering former vice senator. This is not very good. This is not very code of conduct. And again, during gala where he had a lot of love sharing for his delegation, there are also a lot of complicated pictures in my perspective because of the lights. But this was the delegation, a beautiful one, 44 people.
45.
45.
With
John.
No, without John.
Okay, I stopped counting at I wanted to count until 50, and I stopped counting from 38. So it's a very good one, but then we have pictures that not a lot of people know because I went to the General Assembly and I'm watching Yas and I'm watching Julio and I'm watching Matthew is not there, and I'm watching Niels is not there anymore. I'm not there. Basically there we have nice painting and I was almost kissing that painting, of course.
In the painting of the EGM shirt.
The painting.
No.
The EGM shirt I couldn't watch. A lot of fun, a lot of smiles, as always. I love showing that. Matthew looks very concerned about the plenaries, a bit lost maybe. I don't know, but we have a lot of love. I don't know. Yeah, we love kissing each other. Don't ask me what. Yes, ask it. Yes, he's kissing me. I'm kissing Mathieu. And I don't get Niels and Julia why they are not. This is love, but yeah. We have also Niels over there with his successor, Emina from Bosnia, which is an amazing person. I hope you will see her at some point. I am always having stupid faces, drinking sober with strange people from Portugal. And Julio, I'm always. I will keep it more just to show you how photogenic he is when he's not expecting that. But then that was it. In Braga, we managed to make a very nice picture with us, with the web, with the Dachli. So basically with German, Austrian, and Liechtenstein delegation. It was an amazing having everyone gathering in one place. So that was very fun, and we had a lot of pictures. As you see the picture where I'm in, I'm not the photographer. I forgot who took them actually. I was not sober due to free wine and. Then Switzerland Rally. I'm sorry because I was in a team, so basically the people in that team will suffer. Charlotte, see, please. Because we have Axel there watching a bit this phone, being a nice tourist guy. Charlotte recovering from Bangladesh. Very tough morning. And Axel judging her ideas about the next LR room she will call it. Very complicated day. We had also Elena. Elena, very strong woman in Basel there. Also with Johnny watching.
Always.
Yes, with Esther, of course, not watching. And I forgot the name from Austria, from the class who came to visit us. We had also Laura having tons of enthusiasm at the end of the day, which is not normal.
After 2 bottles of this.
Celine, are you there? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Celine, love you.
So loud.
Actually, with that picture, I'm telling you, I'm sorry, but I'm not.
And we saw the bears.
Oh yeah.
We saw the bears.
Yeah, we saw the bears afterwards. And this was the team we gathered in Bern. All the Erasmus students, all the exchange students. Everyone was happy. Everyone is the picture, but 2 people, of course, Julian holding me and me taking good pictures. Yeah, I was scared at 2 meters high because
With rain, was rain.
what else? Oh, we had Titanic Lemanic, and these are pictures. You might not have noticed because last weekend we had the Titanic Lemanic. Yes, last weekend. I have memories. So basically, we had a lot of fun. Neuchâtel is there, enjoying the sun, enjoying the lake, not the lake. Yeah. We have Baz, our partnership, former partnership manager, very beautiful, and I wanted to raise. Yeah, because I love him. Then we have a two team there. Members actually involved in national level in all ways. Sorry, Tina. But Rita also was there last year, and she went to exchange. I came back, but and present at the event. Also, we see that Geneva is losing a lot of money in the casino. I'm wondering how many losses they will have. How many losses they will have next year in the finances? I don't know. Oliver, please look at them. Oh, it's not your job, yes. And then we have Ashraf there, an introduction for him because you are there. Also, Charlotte, yes, Charlotte, very nice picture, very cute. Emma and Laura, former president of ESN EPFL, but I wanted to show the love I have for some people. And this is the national level actual and former one present in the boat. A bit dark picture, but I had to do with the time I did not have the time to edit. Then more pictures because we had weddings. Yes, Lucia, I see you with Ines, very nice wedding. Then we had another one between Simon and Kimberly and Magda being the testimony for this nice wedding. We had also Dana with his beautiful face. With the wedding country. Yeah, really the face there. I was obliged to choose. And no, there are 10 others more beautiful than this one. For you, not for me. And then there is the last one. You might know them if you are from Neuchâtel, because they had a passionate piece. This is for sure Tom kissing one of the other members, and I forgot this name, and Gabriel, yes. I wanted to show, I'm sad they are not there, but Neuchâtel is only love between them. I don't care that I kissing the beach.
I could have joined it, so we can finalize it.
Yes. Oh, wait, what? Yes, I managed to find a few pictures from this weekend. I'm really sorry that I did not manage to find a picture of today.
I never even seen any pictures.
Yes, I already have 400 pictures of this weekend. Basically, we had a nice start of the evening where Julian and Tina decided to start personality. So basically, Julian, there's congratulations on the VP role. Tina, congratulations on the presidency role at the club. We had people loving to sit down. I don't know why. Yas is not there, strangely. I'm sorry, but I was obliged. Julian, of course, holding voting devices. Also, Axel, the candidate, Axel, and to make as always, and to be alone voting. It wasn't that safe, of course. Then we had people having a lot of fun discussing around. They don't like to talk with each other. They don't know why, so they decided to put all in the back. I'm sorry, Paula, for your work. I know you are listening, but I'm sorry, but I'm saying. Then with Sarah a bit sleeping, I'm sorry about that, but Elena is looking and supervising, she's not sleeping too much. Not too much. Yes, and then we have Yas over there, of course, being a bit strange, but that's not my team. We are used to him. We have Ashraf already tired from the question. That guy. Yes, lost it again. That's again. Yeah. This was the fine picture. Of course, Zoe, I had to do a little makeup for you. Just with a nice shirt. I hope you gave it back to me, of course. And then we have Anna that we have seen her for a long time, and also with a nice. Oh, wait, a mascot. I don't have it. I just have all the information.
I just have it.
Also, this was the beautiful team that we gathered. Again, I was taking the picture because I love it. And The picture is really very well. But as always, there are pictures where I don't know where to cut, where to find, where to show you. So basically, I will start with the conference. We had to change from a meeting with all stakeholders. We had all people involved in mobility in Switzerland. That was very great, an achievement they did, and I'm very proud of the work of my team, the work of the other associations. Also, we managed to send a team to the International Erasmus Games. This team was amazing. This was how do you call it? Czech team, because there was Switzerland and UK. Oh yeah, you wanted to say the dog. And there is in the team someone there that you will probably know later, who is the next president of ESN Austria.
Ah, yeah.
And I'm the only one to notice it. And
then there's Jules as well.
And Jules also there proudly representing us. And I'm so happy that you, where is you?
I think it was.
Oh, no, I'm so happy and proud that you managed to represent us when we were not available. Also, Jas is a traitor, but that you know him. He's very proud of being a traitor. Tell him already. We need to change that. I'm very not happy. Also, the networking career development team had a nice time in the morning. Sadly, without Izzy there, but as you might notice, you are very happy not to be in this picture right now. Also, Lucia sometimes has connection issues. And sometimes we just laugh a lot. Join the education team anyway. And also, this is the vice president's team having a physical meeting at Arno's place, because they love mountains and they love hunting and feet. Wait, please explain it. But then I had to do a sleeping dump. We have professional sleepers in this room. I'm very sorry I was not able to add a picture from today of you sleeping, because I had one and I did not have the time. Because we had Mari sleeping there at EGM, very nice comfortable seats. We had also Celine sleeping. Oh yeah, you're so sleeping.
She's sleeping.
Yeah, both of you are sleeping. But then we had a last one sleeping. We are not as far away from yesterday, sleeping under the shadow of a tree. Amazing picture. But we are unrivaled, unmatched against a professional sleeper. You know him. You know him. I'm very sorry that we I was obliged to do this. I think the movie, I have the picture. Also, this slide, just to say, I love orange, not only orange, blue, and also this is my mail. Wait. There is my mail. Here, this is my gift for this first mandate for you national section, you national ESN Switzerland. So thank you a lot for that.
Thank you.
So as VP, I'm gonna say thank you for the presentation. As main chair, I'm gonna say I hate you. Now we will go with, have to go back. We are doing. Yeah, we are going to do the introduction to feedback round. So how will it work? We are gonna have 3 rooms. We're gonna have 1 room with the OC, 1 room with the chairing team, us 3, and 1 room with the NL. The NL will be in the room where we were yesterday. The OC will be, I don't know, you prefer a break room or the one next to it? Next to it? Okay, the OC will be in the room next to it. I would like to ask the families. I think I have to find the family because they forget. Okay, Mario and Luigi, Mario and Luigi and Ronald will start with the charity. Italian football players, Italian artists will start with the. It still works. Italian football players and Italian artists, you will go with the NL, so in that room. And Italian car and Italian fashion, you will go next to the break room. I will take you directly. Hold on. Wait. You have 10 minutes per position. For the once you finish in the break next to the break room, you go to the room of yesterday. Once you finish in the room of yesterday, you go to this room. Thanks for your attention. Go.
I don't like it.
Oh, yeah, right.
This thing. Then I'm gonna. Okay, danger. Actually.
Yeah.
Okay, we are here.
Football and artists right here. Oh no, then you go to the last. Yesterday.
Yesterday.
For now, it's just those positions.
After
You're not speaking about it.
Okay. I don't know, I'm not that organized. Yeah.
Okay, people. Are you leaving?
Okay.
I have seen July, the thing is in July.
Tu m'as pas fait encore?
Mais j'ai fait, mais je l'ai pas fait.
Well, that's fine, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, you know.
I mean, if it's not for like work positions, then also.
Give it to someone who's in the other.
Thank you so much. Your work was really nice.
Have a safe trip. Thank you. You?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're. No stealing. Somewhere here.
Okay, people. Lawrence and Mario and Luigi, we are here.
I'm not like, yeah, I don't know, it would be used to me.
We will see each other more if I go to those.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Experience doing treasury company or exchange method, not.
Charlotte?
Yeah, sure.
Charlotte? Is this Tina is from OC?
Otherwise, we can see afterwards.
Tina, encore avec vous?
But if you want like a national level position, you really should talk to the person that is part of the.
I
feel like
And Sue, and for coming to Lausanne.
And then for the local, like, yeah, I mean, treasury. Like, why not?
Ouais, ben, tu vas sûr.
Have a good sleep.
Yeah, I need it.
Don't forget your sugar cubes.
Bye, Julia. Yeah.
Say
Demande-moi votre sugar.
sun shining for us.
Ok, d'accord.
Yeah.
D'accord.
So no.
Ah, you. Yeah, I get. The math or. Yeah, I mean.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, so I. For board position. I would say at most somebody wants to.
Okay, people, are you here? Are you ready to get feedback or are you on Monday?
Yeah, but,
So yeah,
like,
I don't. What did you think? What is your feedback for the chair? Agenda, basically just what what.
It was my birthday, so I was completely lost. I decided to rest. Yes, for the.
I did.
Sorry. It was cool to have the president on the
Yeah, exactly.
it wasn't time, I guess, but. Well,
yes.
Except now. No, because I thought Richard was staying treasurer for the next. And if he's not, then it would be. If it's a case that he doesn't be treasurer anymore, I still prefer that you would be treasurer. They don't have a treasurer. That's much worse. But like, I'm like, what I mean is like, if Deutsche really wants.
It's a good idea, but.
I would rather treasurer, even if it's from your.
Yeah, this one, yeah, the thing is, this you cannot, I mean.
No, it's only possible by law.
But, because usually how we did it before is people raise their hand, keep it up till we write on our Word document the name of the person. And I was in the Netherlands last week, they used the speakers list. I mean, they use Slido and I found it made a bit more sense. Of course, it's a work in
Deutsche does
progress,
it sometimes, but.
I don't know, do you think it's better than?
In theory, you should use Canvas.
Yeah.
Used to it. Especially because I had this screen as well. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Think about the vice chair.
Yeah, exactly. In Italy, we even use the form, and then you have to type like also the topic of your question, so that the vice chair can just copy paste.
There was also the idea of typing directly the question, but I feel that you're using, I mean.
Yeah, not typing the question, no, it's just the.
No,
topic.
it's not an issue, I mean, it's more than you have no introduction.
Talk to us.
And I don't want.
Times it's never said anything, just that's why I'm so surprised.
sometimes it could be nice because some people
Yeah.
didn't even realize.
I don't know if this is something like that you can change.
Right down.
Yes.
Oh, we had a question.
Yeah.
I think like from my external perspective, it's the role that is most similar to in Italy, because of course we have a training team. So guys are really
I
good.
can't say for sure.
And especially like, I don't know, like, I don't know you, because I think it's crazy role. So congrats, because it's something that's.
Let's see.
Praise it.
Let's see if we can prove.
Yeah, you are me.
Yeah.
I got my feedback too yesterday.
Exactly. But then from your side, really good, in managing the thing, and then also in saying people that when there is no question and out would be yes.
If you have more, anything. Okay. When did we start? Does anyone, did you?
Yeah, because he said it.
16:05, so yeah, well, we are on time, so you guys can move to the next to the break room for the next.
Okay.
Okay, and yeah. We have to read.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really crazy. You know, I look at Esther like some is yeah. Yeah,
I mean, good speakers like because.
but are you not in a family?
2 weeks
You're
ago.
not-
No, Mary told me to scan and see if, because they're missing a. So I need to scan.
Yeah, well, if you have any feedback idea.
No, I mean, the only time we're out, we're not
JP
together
was setting
because
us
of
up
one
with
of
our president and our friend wants to, so
I think it's not.
I don't know. We have to have a.
I prepared for it, but I mean, anyways, like on Alice either way. Even if we finish at 1 PM, people are gonna need to. Yeah.
Construction team, well.
Yes.
My body was like, yeah, I felt so, we felt so zen, and we're like, what?
But I have a, what did you think about the relaxed time? Because I like the idea, but I think doing it after the lunch was just a little.
We
I
just
loved it a lot, and did so amazing
No,
as a main chair. Thank you.
Today we had yoga, but yesterday my time was for a relaxed time of 15 minutes. But in the end, it ended up after the lunch, so it didn't.
I think it was just longer lunch.
Oh, I have it
It was
for beer.
to cut down the lunch break, so I don't think.
In the end, it helped us because it just kept everything normal.
It was buffer time.
But yeah, I mean, maybe we should have done it after the first, after the workshop or something. But, yeah.
Maybe, after lunch.
See you.
See you, are you there in Bern? And, yes, on Thursday, but when are you moving to Zurich? If you find it, okay, if you find an apartment. If I see anything.
All done, it's been very.
No, we're gaining up.
Okay. I have to write.
I'm not the same because you have to recap in here. You know?
That's the only thing working.
Only thing, but that's, I mean, it's very, I like it, but I mean, it's hard. When the presentations have some theme of the ocean. Like some slides that call back to the theme, like pizza.
That is
I mean, it's nothing, it's not.
Are people changing or are you coming from?
That's the only thing that I.
Yeah, I forgot to give that to Electra.
No, Electra is here, Electra stays in.
My only reason to talk to you.
It's so mean. No, Dana joined ESN Zurich and then never showed.
It's so fascinating. I organize events. Organize private paddles for you guys.
Really?
Yeah. You see how bad of a president he is? He doesn't even know his member. I was talking to
He was when I was there.
Ouais, on se voit, votre programme se lance cet été à un moment.
Ouais, je sais pas si je serai là cet été. Normalement, on est pas cet été, mais on s'est en jus. Mais je suis à une fille dans tous les cas. Donc, 15 jus. Bisous. C'est bien.
Merci, rentrez bien.
Bye.
Je vais donner ton.
No, I'm
Next year.
Yeah.
You do every year, the weekend of my but either I go to home with my family or I go on holiday or I
So
do
you
anything.
was not on any ESN event. No, actually was not on any ESN event.
I was in, I didn't, like, my intention was not going to be an ESN.
Okay.
Because I went, I told Johnny, we have a long weekend. I told Johnny, we have a long weekend, should go somewhere? Maybe we go to the Netherlands, because they always tell me come to the Netherlands. Then I called Rick, I said, "Well, I think we're going to the Netherlands, what should we do?" We said, the weekend of the 25th is my birthday. And then we joined.
Last one is at 9, 10, something. And the last one is like 9 or 10.
Maybe the most beautiful one.
Then it went back.
Yo, what did you want to tell me?
I don't remember
Yeah,
it.
I know there's one at
Bad.
No, definitely.
Bad. And then you were like,
maybe we go.
I said, I don't remember.
maybe it's what's going on, and you're like, right? That was the particular bag. I was like, okay, what's going on here?
Feedback round is the time when everyone.
I'm still here. I'm not everyone.
I'm not everyone.
Exactly.
I'm unique. I'm a special snowflake. That's what my mom tells. I think I reached this state of like tired.
I'm so fine. I've never been so.
I'm sleep drunk. Like I'm so tired. I'm gone.
When did you go home yesterday?
At what? At 12. I had a really good sleep. I don't know what's happening. I think I'm also like a bit socially exhausted, so I just don't give a fuck anymore.
Crazy.
That's the spirit.
Exactly.
We don't get it. What can they say? I mean, compared to last NA, I think we did a really good job showing up. Because when Julia showed up like almost 10 minutes after. Like now we were here almost an hour before. You know, it's nice. Yes.
The breakfast idea with breakfast on
Very
campus,
smart.
that's, yeah.
Very smart. Just not all.
Breakfast here.
Yeah.
That's.
And it's not even that hard. You just got some bread.
Yeah.
I can write your sugar.
Beer. How creative is that?
How original.
Do you have feedback for this?
I just noticed it's 5 francs 57.
I mean, famous like who like the ice cream.
We were on time always.
Because you have to pay this one.
90,000 a year for what? Oh, yeah, for my salary. I already forgot about it. Don't remind me. Check out my sunscreen. We have another one.
Yeah.
Have to with me, I think.
It's like completely, but this is for the body.
A year ago in this for the body.
Oh.
Yeah, because it was
Beer.
but that then the reason is not liquid.
Yeah, you have to first 3 minutes for it to come out. Isn't that amazing? But it's fragrance. So
Not open. It's sunscreen flavor. Or smelly.
Then I have this cleanser.
And negative, anything comes to your mind?
I like it.
Me too.
The crystal. Yeah.
We can see everybody questions coming from and not this weird.
Sarah.
Are you going to like?
Your retinol? Or
I mean,
what?
it's okay, but both nice. Okay, nice.
From the ordinary. I
What is
tried
it
that,
doing now?
I like it.
And then they. No, I don't know. I haven't checked the doctors, but I'm just getting my ready. But I think lately three. Yeah, I think.
The other face.
But just 30, 70. I'm excited.
Not good.
It can like.
Irritate.
Unite in skin and stuff.
Yeah, because it,
I mean.
the skin away, right?
It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's see how this feels.
I can't use that.
I want to try the AP.
Yes.
But I don't know how much I have yet considered.
Or not, like, to invest in them.
We have 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Wait for the. I know, yeah, that's true.
So have you tried the Korean sunscreen?
No. I didn't get them before.
Yeah,
I mean, I never bought
they are
sunscreen in
so,
Switzerland.
they are so good.
That's maybe too soon.
I also have to
It was,
shit. Like feedback for you.
Yeah, yeah, burn, I don't know, but I was taking the thing.
Why are you going to spring?
Gonna tell her
Are you
that
reading now?
Yeah, I packed all the,
name tags?
yeah, and I took them.
Okay, so you.
All of them, you can't.
this one is really good.
No problem, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, it's moisturized and it's like, it feels like a moisturizer. Yeah, I can bring you one. I have one here.
Be proud of yourself.
I'll bring you one next
And
time.
did you, we saw you doing
So you can try
the.
it out if you want to.
Yes.
Actually, they're all kind
Thank
of
you,
the
and
same.
thank you.
Like they're all very like
For you.
lightweight. Not the
Give
same.
me David if you have a pleasure.
Yeah.
By Esther.
It's very emotional, I see everybody.
Yeah, I love it. Bye bye. I'll see you at the position.
Yes.
Get married. I'm really excited for it.
You know, I still have to feed my kids
What?
for there.
Oh yeah, just join. Also you have big footsteps to fill as second founder.
I know the big.
Expectations
I
are.
mean, I think I've.
8 minutes.
We didn't say joke.
No, huge. Huge. Did you learn about this yesterday? It means like huge cock. In the Italian gesture, like.
Was it like that?
That's what we learned yesterday.
That part stuff.
Or you guys
That's
get
enough.
feedback. She wonder tested the sauce.
We are open for feedback.
Ja, logisch. Komm jetzt open.
Das war Heine.
Let's go to Einen.
Yeah.
Easy.
Problem solving.
I had that conversation yesterday with someone, you know, when you never notice something and then you notice it and then suddenly it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Your mom jokes, that's for me, a recent revelation.
Oh,
Or that's what she said.
You know what it is for me? I cut my own hair and now I look at everybody's hair. Yeah. Thanks for that.
I think you had a very nice team. I feel like it really works well together. And you had a very.
Yes, I'm Tim. Yes.
It was quite good. So.
I agree. Last one.
We take the notes.
Have any critical feedback? Constructive.
The cherry cake is quite good.
The outfit.
Matching, beautiful. I was at a white party on Sunday.
Sorry, I was missing CT feedback.
They said we are good. I live for
Okay,
Yeah.
I live for the negative thing, so if you have anything negative you can think of.
It was so bad.
I took inspiration.
You
of
actually said.
So anything you didn't like? Maybe? Like, what did you think about Slido? Slido instead of speaker. Because for those who don't know, before how we used to do it is we had a Word document and people raise their hand, write the names, and then we will just go down the Word document. Did you like Slido? Did you didn't like it? You liked it?
Here and.
Okay, and also.
I loved it, but I think we can even write the questions so that the person doesn't have to introduce themselves, right?
The idea why I didn't want to write the question is because then you lose all the interaction.
They can still repeat it.
Yeah.
It's just that they have to formulate the question in their head ahead of time instead of like. Ooh.
I agree, but it's I don't know. I don't know who convinced them. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they still would have to stay unknown because otherwise, but it might be a good idea to try it.
Maybe done. They just left it. No, I don't know. Yeah, but it's work in progress. I'm open to. I mean, my how do you say? My voice counts as much as yours. So.
I think we can even set it, like take it as far as like setting a timer for the people who said, I mean, you already did, right?
No, that was for the presentations. For question rounds, you can.
We had other times, like one time when we had the intervention thing for the next round, and all people had like 2 minutes for questions and they could use their time. Like in some cases, it can be useful.
I agree. Maybe for election MAs, we need to do that. Because actually no. Yeah, I don't know. And but it's good. Wait, how many did you do all the steps? You?
Yes. No, this is the last one.
Okay, then join us. And
Really like how control you were trying to be controlled. That made my
I
very happy.
I am. We were punctual. No, actually, this morning we had a bit of delay, but we catched up by being quick with it. I cannot. I would do a week of silence. No, for those who just joined, any positive feedback and negative feedback, something you liked, something you didn't like. And then section.
Sophia is back.
That's mine.
No longer in. The feedback would be that maybe the meet the family session would come a little earlier. For those people that don't know anyone yet, that's the person A. Also, the international guests. I mean, as it is NA3, many of us know each other already, but there are still a few people that are completely new. And it would be great to have the meet the family session earlier, to have them included, and also maybe give a notice to everyone, like a heads up, if you have new people or international guests in your family. Maybe take them on their hand, like a little more buddy, like
buddy system.
Yes, not like have a complete buddy system, but just a heads up.
I also got the feedback from a newbie that there's a lot of new abbreviations that they aren't aware of. And I think at my first NA, I'm not sure if it was, no, I think even in this one as well, in the survival guide.
It's always there.
Right, it's always, okay, it's always
has to
there.
be in the survival guide.
Okay. But yeah, maybe like the first time you mention it,
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff,
Say-
no idea.
Yes, did a good job reminding, because when you present that you have to, you either spell it out once, but like.
Exactly,
for example,
exactly.
in the council.
Just like in any
Yeah,
scientific paper,
yeah,
you spell it out once and then afterwards you can use but that way everyone's on the same page. Because otherwise, especially for newbies, I think it's really hard to understand what we're talking about. And they already don't know what's going on in ESN, so
No, it is
it makes it
true.
more interesting for them and they can participate more.
Yeah. Okay, just, where would you see the, meet your families? Like even before double track, after double track, maybe? Like,
Yeah, I could see.
Before the double track, after I looked up CT. First thing in the
Honestly,
morning.
Friday.
Friday.
yeah,
Some people
no,
are
I
there.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's not everyone is arriving.
Yeah, yeah.
It's even
It could
worse.
be before coffee break and then coffee break, they could spend it with the people, huh?
I would do it after the approval of the CT, honestly. Before you do
So-
any double track and introduction to ESN.
Okay, but maybe I can, yeah, okay, but you did introduction, who did introduction to? Did you feel that the introduction helped you, how do I say that? Would you have preferred to have the meet your family before or after? Like, do you think the introduction to ESN helped you about some things that then you understood in your family, if that makes sense? It does make sense, okay. No, yeah, okay, so.
I can hear you so.
Okay, I can speak now. Basically, what I'm asking is, do you think that you would prefer to first the introduction to ESN? Because maybe you learn more globally and then to meet your families, or do you think they are independent enough that you don't care whichever one is first?
I would say we're independent.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe because instructions are explained first, and when you meet your family and someone is saying, oh, I'm like from, I don't know, Hong Kong, and
yeah,
don't know what this is.
that was one of, I mean, okay.
And in my opinion, as early as possible, but you have a point with explaining structures first, make it easier to understand what the people in your family are doing.
Okay, we have a reaction and
So if in the beginning you don't understand that position, then you learn, then you have the chance to ask again. I wouldn't take that as an argument. I'd rather first go for social, personal contact, and then the ESM related stuff can come later.
okay.
Yeah, I think also the introduction to ESN can be a tiny bit shorter and then a bit more focus on like the newbies getting to know each other a bit better, so that you have like a bit of a social part of this introduction to ESN part as well.
So actually, I think the introduction, so I'm a like newbie, like I started in February. I think the introduction to ESN was a lot of info, at least in English, was already told to me when I wanted to join. And so yeah, like I agree that it could be shorter, and also, I mean, maybe that's, I don't know, too much labeling or I don't know, but like if it's the first time for people to be the MA and like they're generally new, it could be like more obvious to anyone. So that like, I mean, I want someone can just like, if you're not new, you can just say, ah, yeah, come, or if they know you're new, they're just gonna tell you, oh, you know what it means, if it's like, yeah, or just straightforwardly say what it is.
Okay.
I don't know, but I don't know if it makes sense.
No,
Yeah.
By the way, when we do the feedback.
Have feedback for feedback. That at that time, many people have left or are leaving and have no chance to leave their feedback. If there's a chance to shoot them,
The agenda is announced. I think this is a continuous problem that people don't receive.
I know.
If they have a feedback, they should stay and respect.
or
the
my suggestion would also be, and there's also people that maybe are not comfortable speaking openly in front of people or giving like feedback or criticize someone directly, to have it possible as a written feedback, such as all of our workshop
give people are providing.
This, okay, small clarification. The educate people are giving the feedback because they need it as educate. But if you do a workshop, you don't necessarily need to have an open online form, but you have still a form of feedback.
A reaction to yes. I actually think that written feedback makes a lot more sense because right now we're giving, of course, like this is nice for you to know, and also for the OC and the national level, this feedback. But the people who will be in charge at the next NA are different people, and they need to hear how they can do better. And if it's written down, they can read it again. But if we just tell it to you, the others won't know. And
It's gonna be in the minutes because we are reflecting afterwards. Now it's not over yet.
Okay, I would just ask you have said something.
Interesting topic, just the feeling now, and that's sad, nice to meet during the feedback is that many people leave now. We want to get good, want feedback, but still want to say goodbye. And that's kind of, it's a bit tough to separate. Oh, it's got, there's a lot of noise around because people leave and stuff, which doesn't give the appreciation that you need. So I don't know if it's fair, but what if you have kind of a first goodbye session and leave space before the feedback so that whoever wants to leave during can leave. And then you have like just an idea because this situation I'm sure it doesn't feel
I just want to react to that. Agenda, doing the agenda is very complicated because you have like I had to cut off some topics because we just didn't have the time to do them. So adding something more to the agenda would just delay it, which would make that people will finish late. I mean, the session will finish later, which will make that people would leave more because they have their train to catch and this and that. But yes, it is a problem that people are losing. I don't know what to do. I mean, for Lugano, I can understand because it's far. But in Bern, the same thing happened. Yeah, in Lausanne, in Lucerne, it was the same. So I don't think it's positive.
Also, I don't think it's a good idea because it makes it, I think it creates a culture of making it look like staying for feedback is optional. Because goodbye is like, okay, this is the end, we're done. And then if you feedback afterwards, people will just not stay. I think so. I wouldn't really like that.
Honestly, they're already not staying, so you swap it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay. Bye.
Just try to stay until the end of the DNA. I mean, as I said, you know the agenda and kind of plan.
Yeah, maybe you can do both. You can do a feedback round for people who are still here, and then also an online one. Also because I mean, the CT you can write down the minutes, but the OC part you don't have access to it. GNL part you don't have access to it. Right on the in the minutes.
Reflection. Now we have like 5 minutes or 10 when all of the groups have to recap what they heard. Yeah, but so that's the thing. And then the OCs, for example, in Lucerne, we wrote like our own feedback for the future NAs, and those are in the national level for theirs. So technically they could look back.
But you're doing this recap now here again with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we
That's
did
how
that
we
in
did
the
it.
past years, but I think it's just time consuming and not efficient.
And also there could be information which is identified by.
Yeah, and it's like not efficient.
In Lucerne, I remember
Before like this, but it's not. It's like it doesn't make sense. We've all
No, we still have some.
take feedback and
But bring them in.
it's not.
Don't know why.
Doesn't make sense.
Access. So I can show the time, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. And thanks for playing. Come in,
I love it. What's my mic? Okay, we will start. My eyes are dead because of the email. We will start with the feedback round summary, meaning I will start with the city feedback that we got. Then we will need a national. We will do the OC and then the national level. So the general feedback we got city. People were happy that we didn't try. So I mean, don't look at now, but they were happy we were on time the whole weekend. There was also the idea with Slido, since we introduced this as a new form of question, I mean seekers list. In general, people were happy, but there's still improvement to make. There was a question of could we also ask people to write their questions on Slido. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to improve it, but I think in general it's an advancement to what we did before. Otherwise, for the agenda, there was also the feedback that the meeting your family was a bit late in the day. It would have been better to have it maybe before the introduction to newbies, I mean before the double track, or just after the coffee break. What am I missing?
This part, the end.
Yeah, there's always a recurrent problem that people are leaving. And so for the feedback round, there's a lot of issues because, well, not everyone is saying and people are leaving, so it makes noise. So people want to give the feedback, but they also want to say goodbye. So they have been torn in between everything. So there was also the idea of doing online feedback, that we will maintain this feedback as it is now. But other online feedback where also people can be a bit more personal, or if they don't feel, I mean, to be more inclusive, so that if they don't feel comfortable speaking up or they have something negative to say about someone, that they can use the online feedback to do that. And yeah, I think that's it for this year. I would like to call the OC now.
Okay, so it seems you like Renee, so we are really happy that you enjoy our Renee. There were some comments on the accommodation that mainly about the bunker that was a little bit farther than Montalina hostel. Then about the waste of the kitchen. I think everybody enjoyed the social program because there were different kind of games, food things you like, and help. Something else that it was mentioned. I think survival guide. Yes, survival guide. That it was a bit shared a little bit later, 1 week ago. But you also some of you like the survival guide, how it was. I don't know. What else, Danny? You took some notes.
Like just negative or
No. Please. It's Sunday. It's Sunday.
You're going up front.
Yeah, come please. Maybe next president? No.
You're coming to
Just-
ESN. Not president.
Okay, so,
Sì? Yes, the international guess about having the information a little bit before, where is the place, making but the organization was amazing. The venues were closed. Some people said that they were closed, so the social program was only 5 minutes. Depend me, a little bit more 10 minutes. You 5 minutes by the university. The bankers were not too bad. People understand it can be difficult. They appreciate the fact that everybody was able to participate because again, in March, we had just 45 spots from Monterina and then we found the closest bunker that was in Breganzano, otherwise 5 kilometers, so not possible. Yes, we also try to accommodate everybody that enrolled. Some people were hosted by the OC and ESN, thank you so much. So, also like 10 people. That saved a lot for us. And yes, Analyte is cool games. I think that you get the Italian culture. I hope that now you can also speak with gesture. So come back in your section and please use your gesture, not words. And yes, thank you guys.
Yeah, so last but not least, the feedback that we got as national level. I'll just gonna be very quick. The NA in general was very well organized. People really liked the fact that it was more relaxed than the last NAs. Also due to the fact that we actually were able to follow the timeline that was suggested when they changed the content of the NAs back in the days. And this is one of the first times we actually have everything going smoothly. So that was very cool. Now more about the kind of the content. For example, in the annual report, it was suggested to go more to the essential point, maybe even switch back to plenaries, which makes more sense now that we actually can follow the actual timeline of the NAs and they're not as heavy as before. Also make the presentations, questions more to the point, succinct, and point out the most relevant things for the audience. Something that was also brought up was the abbreviations, the acronyms, especially for the newbies. It was suggested to have maybe either a cheat sheet, not only in the survival guide, but also like around in the plenaries, but also make sure they're always in the survival guide. And also when we introduce them in the presentations, have either a visual cue on the slides or actually present the acronyms before you say them so that everybody is on the same page. Also now more regarding the voting objects. Some people didn't really get everything about the voting objects, so it was suggested to better put in context the different things that we need to vote on. For example, the Swiss events policy paper, maybe develop a bit more kind of the reasoning, the whys before, after this kind of thing, so that people have a better picture of the whole procedure. And finally, regarding the workshops, this goes to the team that organized the workshops. It was very well appreciated. People really liked the workshops and the format that was chosen. They said that 90 minutes for workshops were great. And hopefully this will be repeated in the next NAs as well. So yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, well, before we end the NA, I wanted to make a small speech. I hope you can enjoy it. Honestly, I don't know if I will remember everything because I'm not in the best of states. Yeah, we are approaching almost at the end of day 3 in Lugano, which we can see it all soon the summer, soon the holidays. It is also a very emotional time because a lot of people will stop being ESN because either they finish their mandates, they move on to something else. And for me, it is also very emotional because I will be leaving Lugano. Yeah, I'm starting. I will be leaving Lugano, and when I started, when I came to Lugano 3 years ago, it was just during COVID. It was very emotionally heavy. I was in the worst, probably the worst moment of my life. I was very depressed. I had a bad time, and then I remember the ESN, when I got introduced to ESN, I joined. I remember when we went to Laura, when we were up there, I started discovering, I started making friends. It was lots of fun, and since then I've never looked back because yeah, I think ESN is something very inclusive, and I felt like ESN, the mentality we have here, allows people to become the best of themselves. And I think that all of you, the people who are leaving, the people who are new, it is very fabulous because you're all working to make the world a better place. You're making, be it events, be it conferences, be it anything, be it just being you, just being here present, just being there for other friends, for your members. We build lifelong relations. There are people I have met maybe 10 times in presence, but I feel like I've known them for years. And my story is only a small story, but I think, I mean, it's a story, it's my story, and it's the limit of it. But every year you have thousands and thousands of stories like this. You're influencing the life of thousands and thousands of people. And if you manage to bring a lost soul like me back to the right track, back to a track of happiness, of joy, of emotions, and I feel like I can become the best version of myself thanks to you. And to all the people that are leaving, my heart is broken, knowing that I will not see you again. I hope I will find the day at some point. I am shaking right now. No, it is very, very hard for me. I struggle a lot with post-anxiety and depression because just I enjoy it so much. And yeah, I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you did, for everything you did, for all that you will do. What you are building now, what you did, you're creating, you're building the support structure of the future. You are doing a favor to the world by being yourself, by making people's life better. And I can just thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm very close to crying, which I have not done since I'm 13. I don't think I've changed. I am physically not able to cry, so maybe that can explain to you how much this means to me. And I want to give a big love to my ESN Lugano section, having my last LA. The last LA as ESN Lugano in Lugano is a joy you cannot imagine. And yes, I'm crying. Thank you so much. I love you all. You were very active as nature. I mean, as a nature, you were amazing. I had to push you a bit, but it's my job. I'm sure you will get, you know it, you will do it. But yeah, and with this, I would like to officially close NA3 Lugano. Sorry, I've passed through that.
Yes, and the transition goes. I want to invite the OC to the stage and the chairing team to stand up as well.
You're saying like you're never gonna see them again. You're gonna say so in small country, right?
You piece of shit. Cry. What a shot. What a part.
So, vieni qua, vieni qua.
Eccola. Aiuto.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You get a flag as OC. Okay, I don't know how to hold a flag. Yeah, there you go, a flag. The roses. A nice bottle of wine.
Nice.
There. And obviously some chocolate. And also, the one we bought is from Valix, which is very much appreciated by your president.
No, because we also watch. Like.
Okay, all right.
I just take a picture.
Yeah.
Yes. We also want to think for everyone.
And also the cheering team, of course.
We're not that fast. So a big thank you to the cheering team. I think I've told them at least a couple of times this weekend that they were a great team, that they really worked well together. And I actually really, I think you're doing a great team. I think there's something behind there to stay together, the two of you. So you are good flag as well. That's fine. And also someone who's smart.
I think we will.
I'll share.
Some chocolate for each.
I'm running out of hands.
All right. Picture time. Give a big round of applause for Actor. Okay, so we're at the end of this NA. This will be my last ever speech, I think, on the stage. So thank you again. You're better. You're better like that. You're more beautiful. Amazing.
Yes,
Amazing.
that's to be on the camera.
Amazing crowd as always. Thank you very much. You make ESN better. You make ESN Switzerland better. Keep on doing what you're doing because you're amazing. I said that at the beginning of the NA. You've done a lot last year. You're doing a lot this year. So keep up the great job. And I'm pretty sure we're handing over the tasks to a really great new generation. And I can't wait to see what unfolds. And I'm gonna give the mic to the new president of ESN Switzerland.
I will try to keep it short because it's already been a little bit of time. I just want to thank you. I don't think I've realized how much the NA has missed. Like, I've just missed one NA and I just forgot how it was, and it hasn't changed. Thank you for the active participation the whole weekend. I don't know if you realize how how involved you are, and how we really appreciate the fact that you really prepare the documents every time, that you ask meaningful questions, that we have good conversation, and that is something that we really appreciate as well. So I'm really looking forward to see this as well next year. One thing that I really wanted to say, now that we're in June, please take some rest after exams. So do your exams, nail your exams, and then take some time off of ESN. Enjoy some well-deserved holidays, so then you come back for community weekend one, all rested and with your smiles and your faces, and at least hopefully some full boards. We hope so. So thank you very much, everybody, and have a safe trip travel back to the rest of Switzerland. Thank you very much.
NA3 is officially over.
Yeah, also the speech, but that's what I was.
We were talking about where we started. I remember like
What a bit.